Just text him and said, call, but I'm doing homework. Can I call you tonight? I said, okay. He's still in somebody else's door. I mean, maybe they're doing homework. These kids. But along with that,
Alrighty. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my honor to call to order the 4 p.m. Business meeting of the Goochland County Board of Supervisors. We will start off the meeting like we always do with an invocation. This month, Rector David May from St. Mary's Episcopal will lead us in the invocation, and then followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Vice Chair Waters. Please stand if you're able.
As an Episcopalian, our tradition is that we call for prayer by saying, "The Lord be with you," and if you wish, you can respond. Look at you. The Lord be with you. Let us pray. Almighty God, who has given us this good land as stewards of your goodness, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy blessings and glad to do thy will. Bless this land with honorable industry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitudes brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endue with the spirit of wisdom those to whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, and especially the Board of Supervisors of this county meeting together this day, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In the time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail. All which we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, Rector. All right, I just have a couple comments to make. Want to remind folks that October 24th at 9 a.m. We will have our Board of Supervisors work session on the Centerville Small Area Plan, and it will be in conference room 270, and it's open to the public. Also want to remind folks that our kids are back in school, so please, when you're out on the roads, please be mindful of the buses and the children getting off, and so we can have a safe and wonderful year this year. That's my comments.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, a few items for you today. The first is I wish to remind our community and the board of our remembrances for the events of 22 years ago on September 11th. There will be two events scheduled in Goochland that day, one at 9:45 a.m. at Company 5 Firehouse, then one at 7 o'clock p.m. at Company 1 Firehouse on River Road West. The Company 1 Firehouse is the location of the county's 9/11 memorial, and that is focused on the public. The 9:45 a.m. is a ceremony focused on the lives of the first responders that were lost in that tragic event. Also, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I want to take an opportunity for us to recognize a very, very special event that happened in our county's life recently. The county received an award, and a lot of times you hear about receiving awards, but this is a special award, and it speaks well to the heart, to the passion, and to the diligence and the experience of our team. The Tyler Excellence Award is given every year to an outstanding locality who has shown market success in implementing a Tyler technology solution. Now, this is a nationwide, worldwide company. Goochland County was recognized for our significant commitment to obtain greater efficiency and effectiveness in serving our community. Organizations were evaluated by a diverse panel of leadership, and Goochland County was awarded the Excellence Award for operational efficiency by implementing our InterGov solutions as the community development's new permitting software. The process was implemented to replace our aging existing system, and it took approximately 5 years from the start to the finish and involved every single staff person in the community development office as well as several other departments. The core implementation team is present today. Sarah Worley, Gary Fisher, Casey Littlefield, Ashley Parker, Jamie Sherry, David Croker, John Worley. And also we had people who helped implement at the very beginning, Ms. Joanne Hunter, and then carrying it through as well, Ms. Crystal Leonidas. So congratulations to our community development team in Goochland County for winning the award. Ms. Worley, if you would come up and bring everyone up with you. And then yes, let's, absolutely.
There we go.
Thank you.
And again, thanks and appreciation to all the members of the team that are here and those that were not as well. Also, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and citizens of the county, I wish to make just some comments that I think are very important that we make about the staff and leadership of Goochland County. Currently, there are some issues that are in front of our board that we've been looking at for a long while, some of our small area plans, as well as some other very, very hot topics, very emotional, very passionate. And I wish to remind everybody that the Goochland County staff are completely professional in what they do, and they are very committed to doing their job the way it needs to be done. And they do their job the way it needs to be done. They are accurate in what they do, they are professional in what they do, and they care deeply about what they do. Comments that might have been made at some point regarding the staff's objectivity, I just really wish to publicly say that don't need to be made. Our staff is very objective in what they do. And when they get up and they say something, it is coming from a professional opinion and a professional position. So I strongly encourage anybody in our community, if an issue is in front of you that you feel strongly about, just please remember the staff is up there doing a great job. And they're doing the best they can. And they have the full support of this board and myself in doing it. And if we're going to have conversations, let's always maintain a level of decorum in our conversations. But this staff does a great job, and I just felt that it needed to be said, and I want to say it. So again, staff, thank you for the job you do. It really means a lot. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. All right, board, is there any requests to postpone agenda items and additions, deletions, or changes in the order of presentation? Seeing none, we'll move on to our citizen comment period. Our citizen comment period is a time for folks to come and speak about items not on the agenda that are applicable to Goochland County. You have 3 minutes, and just make sure the green light is on, which it is. And please give us your name and your address as you come up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road. I'm chairman this year of the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District, and I'm also a Goochland Farm Bureau director. None of the comments I'm making are resolutions from either board, but they are informational. Just to let you know, with Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District, we've had one staff member retire after 17 years, Betty McCracken. We are currently doing an assessment of our staffing needs. I expect we will post and replace that staff position, but we are doing due diligence to make sure we know what our mission is moving forward. Also, Nicole Schumann, who was the county agricultural extension agent, Virginia Cooperative Extension, was a director of ours by virtue of that office. She has left Goochland. I don't even want to say where. All right, Henrico. But we miss her. She was a treasure. She really was a tremendous resource for us. But we're down a director, and depending on how quickly Virginia Cooperative Extension and Virginia Tech moves, she will be replaced. Earlier this, well, no, it was last month, we did some site visits. Mr. Spoonhour took one for the team. He came out and did, as he put it, an actual field visit, I guess, or he had a field trip. We went to both 4L Ranch, where we have a very extensive program, Project BMP going on, and also cooperating with James River Association and the Department of Corrections and Department of Forestry over at the Correctional Institute there on Route 6. We're continuing to have conversations with Greenswell growers. They generate 25,000 pounds a week of roots, stems, and peat. Mr. Spoonhour says he's meeting with the Central Virginia Waste Management folks, and there may be a solution there so far as Greenswell is concerned. And our next meeting is Monday the 18th at 9 a.m. We're open to the public. We also have public comment. On the Farm Bureau, I want to mention that for those of you who are not Farm Bureau members, if you are a Farm Bureau member, you've already received your invitation, but our annual meeting is on the 18th at the Fife Firehouse. Dinner's at 6. If you don't have that on your calendar, see me. I'll make sure you have a seat at the table. We'd love to see you there. And Hayes Gottwald from HG Meats is going to be giving a presentation on the update on his meat processing facility as it grows out there in the western part of the county. I want to compliment Ms. Worley and Virginia Cooperative Extension on the Ag Expo that took place on the 12th. I know many of our farmers had upwards of 30 different visitors, and I'm looking forward to seeing it even bigger and better next year. Well water testing takes place this month. If you're on a well, for $65, you can get your well water tested. This year, Rotary and Goochland Cares are collaborating, and so if there are people financially challenged, they can get their well water tested for free. I mean, it will be covered by Rotary and Goochland Care. So I'm not going to read this extensive URL, but you can go online and get your application in. And I will mention that the Virginia State Fair, again, all of us who are Farm Bureau members get a discount, but it will be taking place up at Doswell at the State Fair grounds, and it will be the September 22nd to the 1st. Wear a raincoat because it always rains. So thank you for that. I'll sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Lau.
Good afternoon. Linda Moore, 2164 Prophet Road, Mannequins Abbott. I got 3 of my neighbors have decided to come today to help support me. You want to put it? Oh, it's already up. Okay. All right. I provided you all with packets of information. The main issue that we are finding challenging to us is the difference between the maps. So we speak volumes to the different maps that are used in the county. And the new maps that were used, I'm sorry, my blood sugar is not doing real well right now. The new maps that were made by Timmons and Hill that are the consultants' maps. We're having a difficult time with coordinating which area. There is no green or yellow in the map. My 5-year-old neighbor came over to my house, and I had all these maps up, and she was saying, this map is beautiful, and it was the 2035 map that had all the pretty yellows and greens and blue lines. And she saw the other one, and she says, that's ugly. And I said, oh, well, it's just a proposed map. So if a 5-year-old can see the difference and understand that what these maps mean, I don't understand why we're having a little bit of an issue with it. These colors mean things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Elizabeth Bowers. I live 2100 Prophet Road, the very end. Tuckahoe Creek goes through my backyard. I just wanted to ask you guys to consider the density going forward based on what you're going to hear on October 24th. I have grave concerns that somebody's going to come in and tell me how to live where I live, and I love where I live. It's close to everything. I want to keep it the village concept. You drive around, nothing's super high. I know a lot of plans have already been made, but consider if you live in the far west end of Goochland County and you're like, well, that's okay. Consider if you live a mile like I do from Centerville, and I'm going to have to drive through that every day with all the traffic and the high density. I leave Henrico County where I work. I drive under 288 and I take a breath. It's peaceful, it's calm. This is what Goochland County is about. And I think the village concept is smart, and I think we need to stick to it and consider all of the options. The other thing that I've also noticed is I don't want Goochland County to look like everywhere else. I went down to North Carolina. I was in Charlotte this summer. It looks like Short Pump in Charlotte. I go up to Scranton, Pennsylvania to see my family. That looks, except for the mountains, that looks like Short Pump. Most things are similar in most places, and I think if we can keep Goochland County unique, that's what we want to do. That's what most people who live here enjoy about our county. So I don't want us to be like everywhere else. The other thing that I've thought about is where we will look like in 20 years. If you consider what things look like in what was called the Far West End, Regency Square, and what it looks like now, they've had to spend so much time bringing lots of money that taxpayers have to pay to upgrade things. And it's because people would leave the area to go elsewhere. So you guys know the trend that I'm speaking of, and I want you to consider where we're going to look like in 20 years. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers.
Good afternoon. How's everyone? My name is Krista Alston, and I'm at 2103 Prophet Road. And I'm in the cul-de-sac at the end with Elizabeth, right on the Tuckahoe Creek area. And we have never been happier. Living in Goochland is just amazing. We love it. And I hate to say that, oh man, maybe we made a mistake when we moved out here and we didn't go out far enough. But do we really have to go out far enough to get away from everything? Like Elizabeth said, when we just cross under 288, it's just a whole different feeling. And the community, of course, just the people is just amazing. So yes, selfishly, I don't want things to change too much. I understand and respect development and some things that have to happen, but if we could just find that really, really good balance in that line without crossing that line too far. I do have a concern living right off of Mannequin Road at Mannequin and Broad about the traffic situation with those higher density proposed neighborhoods. And we've already gotten some. We've got the Hockett Road neighborhood. We've gotten the new neighborhood right at Mannequin and Broad that does have less land, smaller acreage requirements. So we've got some of that. I'm just asking for consideration not to go too extreme, that we try to keep a reasonable balance with that so that we can keep Goochland special and what's the most special about Goochland and just keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alston. Anyone else for?
Kim Hubble, 2107 Prophet Road.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name?
Kim Hubble?
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Same street, a little farther up. But what we are blessed with, even though we are kind of close to whatever we want to get to, is we're surrounded by trees and a little bit of creek, and we have a buffer to noise. We have a buffer to that part that we don't want to see come into the Goochland part that's just calm and country and relaxing. And I know it's the east end of Goochland, but it is just a different world from 2 miles down the road. So just with respect to the density plans and the height and the building restrictions, if we could just be cognizant of that. And it's a very slippery slope, because if one piece of property on this plan is sold, then all of that can be gone and we could be up against all of that development. So just trying to keep it as rural and as special as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hubble.
Delbert Horn, I'm in District 2. Susan, I want to thank you and Ken for being part of the board that helped bring Goochland back from the brink of financial disaster regarding the Tuckahoe Service District. Looking out for our taxpayer dollars is one of your biggest duties as supervisors. But as you know, taxpayer money is now being wasted by a school board member who is suing the other school board members. This is an assault on the school district and every tax-paying citizen of Goochland County. You all can either push back on her or support her. What you've done so far is certainly clear. Your code of ethics posted on the back wall in item 2 states, put loyalty to the highest moral principles and to the county as a whole above loyalty to individuals, districts, or particular groups. Susan, you've personally contributed $885 to the litigating school board member. You've made a Facebook post saying, "My friend Angela Allen needs your help. Please like her Facebook page and respond." You've made a more recent comment saying, "We support you, Angela, 100%. And you've even shown up to school board meetings with your "We Support Angela" red t-shirt. Neil, you've personally contributed $735 to the litigating school board member. You've hosted events for her campaign, and you've even made a Facebook post saying, "Angela needs help" on her post. John, you've personally contributed $250 to the litigating school board member. Charlie, so far campaign finance reports have not reported any contributions made by you personally to the litigating school board member. But you, as a Goochland of the Goochland County Republican Committee, voted for that committee recently to donate $500 to the litigating school board member who is wasting taxpayer dollars for all of us with this lawsuit. Susan, John, and Neil, you've all been on the Republican committee longer, and you voted to have the committee contribute $6,000 to the school board member who is wasting taxpayer dollars. You all four also voted on a Republican committee resolution that mentioned her dedication, commitment, and service to the Goochland County School Board and faithfully serving the taxpayers. Well, she served a lawsuit to the school board, and she is unfaithfully wasting taxpayer dollars on legal fees. So all four of you have placed your loyalty to an individual and a group above the county as a whole and the taxpayers in particular. Ms. McGee, this ethics complaint is not about these four individuals breaking any law. It is strictly accusing them with breaking the Code of Ethics Item 2, put loyalty to the highest moral principles and to the county as a whole above loyalty to individuals, districts, or particular groups. They are encouraging the individual school board member who filed the lawsuit with financial and moral support, and are there encouraging the lawsuit that is wasting taxpayer money. Ethics is more than the law. The law is a minimum standard. Taxpayers deserve ethical leadership. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Hobbs, and I live in Sandy Hook. To the board chair, board members, Mr. Carpenter, and Ms. McGee, and Lisa. I stand before you, I'm really just amazed at how divisive we've become in this county. And it saddens me because this has been a county that pride itself in working together. And I will be so happy when November the 7th comes, so we can put some of this behind us, at least the visible part. But what you think and what you do is supposed to be as a board about all the citizens of Goochland County and not any interest groups of Goochland County and not any political group of Goochland County. And that's what I ask this board to return to, is addressing the citizens of the county's need and not these other groups. Today I had the privilege of sitting in on the transportation meeting, and I shared with Mr. Peterson a comment. You talked about doing a survey, and the Health Improvement Committee brought a study that was done a few years back to this board, and it talks about transportation needs. The Goochland Cares did a study on housing, and it talks about transportation needs. So I do encourage you to pull those documents out and look at what the concerns of the citizens were in those particular studies. The other thing that I want to say is oftentimes we post things online as a survey. Many of the senior citizens that you will be addressing their needs will not be online looking for a survey. So I implore you to come up with another way of getting their input into these surveys. You can have internet up to the ceiling. They will not go online for this, nor will many of them live alone and don't have grandchildren there to pull it up for them. So I'm asking you as a board to look at directing your staff to find a way of meeting those needs of senior citizens who often share with me they need to go to the grocery store, they need to go to doctor's appointments, and to gather their input into whatever survey that you will be doing regarding transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hobbs. Anyone else? Okay, we're closing the citizen comment period. All right, board, our next item is the approval of our minutes from August 1st and 7th. They were distributed. Hopefully we've had a chance to review them, and I would entertain a motion at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes from our August 1st regular meeting and August 7th special meeting as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Thank you, Ms. Lescott. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, awesome. I think our friends at VDOT may have left. Their report has been distributed in your packet. We don't have any county staff. We have lots of, the next three reports, the planning and development, the accounts payable, and the September 5th broadband report are in your packets as well. Board members, is there anything you'd like to report from your selected committees?
On the TPO, I gave a little update in our last meeting. We have a meeting this Thursday, no meeting the following month, and I think November is our last scheduled meeting for this calendar year for the TPO. And there were a couple of items I mentioned. We did not meet last month, so things are quiet, but we have a few things on the agenda this Thursday, and look forward to finishing the year strong. Thank you all for the opportunity to serve this board and this community on the TPO.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. CVTA, I think I mentioned this last time, but in case I didn't, we did elect our new chair and vice chair, Mayor LeVar Stoney from Richmond as the mayor, and Mr. John Hodges from the town of Ashland will be serving as vice chair for the CVTA this upcoming year. Other than that, that's pretty much most of the work we have today.
Did the CBTA settle on rotation, or?
No, they did not.
Did they settle on something else?
It'll just be nomination process.
Gotcha. All right, thanks.
Okay, all right, now we will move on to our consent agenda items. We have 3 items for discussion. After Mr. Carpenter gives us a rundown, we can take a motion to address them all as a slate or individually. Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, you do have 3 items in front of you this afternoon. Your first item, number 5801, our school district seeks to amend the fiscal year 24 budget to allocate a total of $55,235 to the operating fund and $11,550 to the school federal grants fund for a total allocation of $66,885. This request will provide funds for security equipment, security improvements, special education, preschool curriculum expenses. All of these funds are state or federal funds, so this request requires no additional local transfer of funds. This is an annual thing that we do. Your next item, number 5797, in June of 21, the county commissioned a preliminary engineering report detailing recommendations for a water system upgrade and public sewer extensions for the existing Huguenot Hills neighborhood. In spring of 2023, construction drawings and specifications for the water system upgrades and plans for a low-pressure sewer system to accommodate the wastewater needs of the existing neighborhood residents and businesses was completed. An invitation for bids was issued on June 30th of 23 for the construction of improvements to the water and sewer system. The county received 2 bids. The lowest responsive and responsible bidder was G.L. Howard, Inc., with a bid of $1,425,000, which is within the scope of costs originally anticipated. Construction is expected to be at a final completion within 360 days from the formal issuance of the notice to proceed. Staff requests the Board of Supervisors authorize the county administrator to execute the proposed agreement with G.L. Howard for $1,425,000 and to allow for a contingency of up to $200,000. The project has previously been approved and appropriated in the Utilities Capital Improvements budget, and the county attorney has reviewed and approved the contract as to legal form. And then finally, item number 5806. Back in '22, the county purchased approximately 5 acres of land for the future site of the Sandy Hook Fire Station. The owner of an adjacent 1.5 acre parcel contacted the county to determine our interest in purchasing that parcel to add to the future fire station site. The real property is identified as 2913 Dogtown Road, tax parcel 21-1-0-25-C. It was appraised at a total of $222,000. The county seeks to purchase that land for that appraised price of $222,000. Funding for this purchase was previously appropriated in the CIP. The county attorney's office drafted the attached real estate purchase and sale agreement and approved it as a legal form, and the seller has executed their side of the agreement. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, those are your items for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move the board approve consent agenda items 1 through 3.
Thank you.
Second. Third. Third.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of passing out the consent agenda items 1 through 3 as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, the last thing for our business meeting is a very important one. We will be reviewing some appointments. We have our design review committee. Corey Dandridge is being looking to be reappointed for a 2-year term, effective September 1st of this year to August 31st of 2025. The Recreation Advisory Commission is looking to reappoint Mr. Robert Wheatley for a 2-year term, effective September 1st, 2023 to August 31st, 2025. And Board of Zoning Appeals, where I got my start, is looking to nominate Sam Babbitt to a second 5-year term effective November 1st, 2023 to October 31st, 2028. Any discussion? Motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors approve the appointments for September.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll second, but with a clarification on that.
Thank you.
I believe there's two appointments and 1 nomination. We can't appoint the third one, I don't believe. But,
Okay, thank you. And would you do the friendly amendment to include the November appointment as well?
yes, I would.
Do you accept the friendly amendment?
Yes, I accept.
Okay. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Many thanks to these 3 individuals that are willing to serve our county. We have so many people that give of their time and talents to help us do what we do. So thank you very much. So now, we're going pretty quick here. We up to our recess for our dinner break, where we will meet in the gym to recognize Miss Sally Graham and her induction into the Parks and Rec Wall of Fame. All right. Good evening and welcome. Thanks for all coming out to our meeting tonight. I'm calling back to order the Goochland Board of Supervisors meetings for our public hearings. But before we start, we have a special honor and guest. Like Ms. Graham to meet me down front. We have a resolution recognizing Ms. Graham upon her introduction into the Goochland County Parks and Rec Wall of Fame. And Ms. Biskevich, if you would read the resolution.
Whereas Ms. Sally Graham has demonstrated longstanding dedication and humanitarian commitment to the residents of Goochland County, and whereas Ms. Graham has served as the Executive Director of Goochland Cares for the past 23 years, and whereas Ms. Graham helped to establish the free clinic in Goochland, and whereas Ms. Graham was instrumental in the merger of Goochland Fellowship and Family Services and the Goochland Free Clinic in 2007. And whereas Ms. Graham fostered the growth of Goochland Cares to expand offering 12 programs to address the community's rural challenges. And whereas Ms. Graham led the capital campaign to raise funds for construction on a new building for one-stop shop for clients. And whereas Ms. Graham raised over $8 million to support the construction of a new building for Goochland Cares. And whereas Ms. Graham oversaw the move into the new facility for integrated service delivery. And whereas Goochland Cares, under Ms. Graham's guidance, provided services for over 2,500 neighbors in need in 2022. And whereas the Goochland Recreation Advisory Commission has endorsed Ms. Graham for induction into the Goochland County Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame. Now therefore, the Goochland County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize Sally Graham for her exemplary service to the residents of Goochland County and endorses her induction into the Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame.
Thank you very much. Board, do I have a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you're prepared to entertain a motion, I move that the Goochland County Board approve the resolution recognizing Ms. Sally Graham's induction into the Parks and Recreation Wall of Fame.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Leschlet. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Better not be. Thank you so much.
I just want to say a quick thank you. I am humbled and honored and can think of 50 more people who are more deserving of this than I am, but thank you for letting me be here. And I just want to thank the county for all that they've done. This has been a partnership. It does really take a village to create this kind of momentum and fulfill this kind of mission. And it's just, Goochland's a wonderful place to live because we have a community that really cares about what happens to all of our citizens. So thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the citizen comment period. The citizen comment period is for folks to be able to come up and address the board on issues that are not on our agenda this evening. So if you could come up to the microphone, please give us your name and address, and then limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Hobbs, and I live in District 2 in Sandy Hook. I just had a question that I saw on the board about you cannot read someone else's statement in public comment, and that wasn't up at the 4 o'clock meeting. And I've never seen that up at any other meeting. So my question is, that a change or in policy or precedence?
My understanding is it's always been our policy. Sometimes it has slid through, but the slide is new. We've just been putting the slide up for the last couple months. Is that right, Lisa?
Okay.
It is in your rules of procedure.
Okay, there you go.
So we're changing precedence then, if it has been in there. That was new to me, and I've come to the several meetings, and there has never been up there that you cannot read somebody's statement. And I've seen people read the statements before this board, so I was questioning that. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Robert Markham. I live at 2038 Rockville Road. Just here tonight to voice my concern over the proposed Centerville plan and how it's affecting that specific area to include my family and I. We moved, my wife and 2 kids moved out here to live in the country, enjoy the rural lifestyle. There's a couple of changes in the plan that would directly impact how we live. The first of which is the economic zone that's proposed across the street. I believe it's the Pruitt Ranch, and then the proposed greenway that would go on the north side of Tuckahoe Creek. Our property backs up to Tuckahoe Creek, so something would have to give in that regard. I take my kids to the creek weekly. We have a pond that we fish on. Again, just want to emphasize that that the lifestyle that we enjoy and the decision that we made to move to Goochland County.
Somebody on the wall?
Lean against the wall there.
The wall switch? There you go.
It would be very impacted by several of the proposals in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for citizen comment? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close the citizen comment period. Okay, board, our first case, there was a request for the applicant for a deferral.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For District 4, the rezoning application by Raymond Moore. The applicant has requested a deferral until December, indicating that they wish to conduct another community meeting to take another opportunity to hear the community and work to address concerns. A date has not been set for the community meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Unitas. Where do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board defer consideration of rezoning case RZ-2023-6 for 16.059 acres on tax map number 46-1-0-111-A for A2 to residential R1 with proffered conditions to the December board meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call vote, Mr. Carpenter.
Ms. Lasclette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Okay. All right, going to the second agenda item. That's County Attorney, Ms. McGee.
Good evening, members of the board and of the public. I'm before you this evening to present again, as I did in August, but information on to prepare for a public hearing on a nonprofit tax exemption application ordinance that is before you this evening. If you would advance, Ms. Biskayowitz. I want to start, if I could, with the bigger picture of tax exempt status, because this is an area that can be confusing. In fact, other than Mr. Vaughters, the board will remember that about 2 years ago, we started to educate yourself, my office, working with the Commissioner of Revenue and the Assessor's Office about the status of tax exemptions in local government. Because many organizations have IRS nonprofit status that prevents them from having to pay federal and state income taxes. But in Virginia, not all entities that have that IRS status are exempt from real estate and personal property taxes, the two taxes of local government. In fact, the Virginia Constitution has several exemptions written into it. Generally, I'll tell you schools, and then churches and religious bodies. And then there's a category that ends up being sort of a number of other nonprofits, and they end up being by either classification or designation. But let me tell you a little bit about those three categories. Schools are sort of lumped in with libraries, and they also say it has to be for, educational, institutional purposes and so forth. But if we go on to the next slide, let me talk to you about what exactly the Virginia Constitution says about churches and religious bodies, because sometimes as we've been going through this process, people have thought that we are starting something new, that we're creating a new law. And while this is an ordinance I'm asking you to do, I want to start with the genesis of this. So under the Virginia Constitution, in tax exemption, it starts, the following property and no other shall be exempt from taxation, state and local, including inheritance taxes. And then I've included the exact language from the section 2 under that. Real estate and personal property owned and exclusively occupied or used by churches or religious bodies for religious worship or for the residences of their ministers. So that's that second category, churches and religious bodies. Next, the third category, this is not at all quoted from the Constitution, but once you apply all the state laws that have been adopted in this over the years, what I've explained to you all in the past is that a nonprofit organization, by classification or designation, can get the exemption from local real estate and personal property taxes. And the classifications are things like Volunteer Fire and EMS, American Legion, Boy Scouts. Those are written into state law to be able to have a classification exemption. And there are 5 Goochland organizations who received a specific designation for their organization back when the General Assembly was doing this, and they are all listed there. So that's the categories for these other nonprofits. Now, and there are more than, there's about 16 of the ones for Volunteer Fire and all that. I didn't want to list them all. There wasn't really quite enough room. And so I've gone through this part just to make sort of 2 points to you all, and that is that knowing the IRS income tax designation of an organization is only one piece of information, because that designation is broader than what Virginia law allows for exemptions from personal and real property. So it's not just enough to be a 501c3 in Virginia for local taxes. And then I wanted you to understand that what do you then have to be? Well, you either have to be a school, a church, or one of these designated or categorized organizations, and the language that I read from the Constitution that says your property has to be in use for your purposes, that I read it with respect to churches and religious bodies, but it applies to every category and organization. Potentially the only one that doesn't have to do that is the state, which I didn't list because they never pay us taxes, the state or the feds. So those are what is required under Virginia Constitution and state law to have a local tax exemption. And I just like to make that clear because, again, a lot of us go only so far as it's a 501c3 or it's got an IRS letter. It received an IRS tax exemption. So it is just important to understand that in Virginia, that's not how it's laid out for local taxes. So I wanted you and residents to understand that structure. What we have before you tonight is an application, a request that you adopt an ordinance for an application process. And why? Why are we interested in that? Why have we asked you for it? And I say we because, of course, it's the Commissioner of Revenue and the assessor's offices who are in charge of these exemptions. And this is the team that's been working on this in the past couple of years. Well, we start with one thing, which is for the other tax relief and tax exemptions that the county grants, there is, in fact, an application process. You have to, whether you're in the land use program to get that significantly reduced tax, whether you have an elderly or disabled tax relief, even our volunteer firefighters have to be eligible every year to get their reduced tax rate. So it is consistent with the other tax exemptions. Today, and Goochland County has some records on tax-exempt properties. Today, the land book contains the parcel number, the property owner, and that it's been carried as tax-exempt. Those three pieces of information are in the land book that our assessor uses, and she's been going along with what she received when she took office, if it was called tax-exempt. But what she doesn't have is any documentation to understand. Now, for most of them, they might have church in the name. They may well be something like the YMCA. She can see where it might fall, but she doesn't have that documentation. And when you look at other tax-exempt programs, you also can look at some of our other localities. It is not unusual to have this ordinance. Not that we like to be like everybody else, Mr. Vaughters. Usually you like us to be well in advance of them. And it's not just the larger ones in Chesterfield, Henrico, Hanover, the city of Richmond. An ordinance like this has been in Louisa and is today in Culpeper as well. So it is something that is not outside the norm. There are many of these across the Commonwealth, not that I compare us to Loudoun County or Roanoke City, but certainly within our region and in other places. And so what we, the staff, had thought, and the reason we're bringing it forward is because in order to be good steward of public funds, which is a value of this county, in order to be transparent, which is a value of this county, we just should have the documentation in our records, as simple as we can be, to prove that this entity that owns this property is entitled to a tax exemption under the Constitution and state laws. I've mentioned that we've been at this for a while. Now, we've been briefing you all about other aspects of tax exemptions for a number of years, but we didn't go public to our stakeholders and residents on this process until April, with notification that this is something we were interested in and that we might be doing. That being said, April is several months away from now. It's a lot more than just a request to set in the paper and a notice. In my 7 years here, the only ordinance I've done more public outreach for was redistricting, and that's only every 10 years. So, but we started in April with, again, the assessor has the parcel number and the owner's name, so we sent out letters, mailed letters, first-class mail, to about 75 different property owners who were listed as having tax-exempt property. And that first letter told them, we'd like to call you in and tell you what we're doing, ask you questions, hear from you, tell you about it. So on May 25th, we actually had that stakeholder meeting. We had our great communication staff pop that meeting out in some news flash and social media to try and let some folks know. We had about 40 people attend, and we learned a lot. They learned what we were talking about, but we learned a lot. We videotaped that meeting, and after the meeting, we posted it to the county website. So that, and we don't do that with every community meeting, but we wanted to make it available for folks as they came along. At the day of that meeting, we did have a proposed ordinance. We also had an application that we had come up with based on many applications we'd seen across the Commonwealth, and it was 8 pages long. And we heard loud and clear that that is too much, it is not the right thing to do for Goochland, and it's too much of a burden on our nonprofits. And even in the meeting, the team and the staff was responsive to that and said, we're going back to the drawing board. We're not going to come back at you with this 8-page ordinance application. It's too much. And so we did that. We went back to work on decreasing the application, on creating frequently asked questions from the questions that people asked at the meeting. And on July 5th, we mailed, again, first-class mail, to property owners of all tax-exempt property, the ordinance, the revised application, now only 4 pages, and those FAQs. Those 3 documents were posted on the county website. And to the meeting attendees who gave us email addresses, again, about 40, we emailed it to them as well. So we hit you any way we knew we had information to reach you. In July and August, I had meetings with stakeholders who asked including Goochland Cares, the Volunteer Fire, Dover Baptist Church. Just Friday, I met with some folks from the Jerusalem Baptist Church and the Goochland Rec Center. In addition to me, though, questions were being taken at the assessor's office, the Commissioner of Revenue's office. We were trying to answer information. If there were questions we didn't know the answers to, we got together and figured out the answers. And so on August 5th, we then had the public hearing before you last month. And we learned more, even then, both from the board, how you felt about the ordinance and some information being asked in the application, and from stakeholders who spoke at that meeting. And so we went back as a team and pulled together, and we revised the application. We've removed some additional information. We decided the best thing to do for churches or religious bodies was to create a separate application, because as to them, the only one like this, the law doesn't care what their purpose is, okay? But whether it's schools or all these other nonprofit organizations, purpose is using it in what their purpose is matters. And so we just created separate applications, and listening to the fact that churches often don't have public documents available, we backed off and said, you know what, we're not going to ask you for anything that's not a public document. We don't want to create more work, and we're not trying to invade the privacy of your organization, your church. That's a very important, significant element. So that's what we did by August 25th. We then mailed out the revised, and this we only did by email. We had already mailed twice, but by email on August 25th, we emailed out revised applications, revised FAQs, and again, the ordinance. So we use this process really to listen to the stakeholders and to be responsive to their concerns, because staff wants to balance a desire to be transparent and about tax exemptions with respecting the privacy and the resources of our community nonprofits. These organizations do so much good for our community and our residents. So we really wanted to hit that balance and kept trying to do that. So what are we asking tonight? What are the next steps? First of all, if you go back just one, thanks. I am actually asking you on behalf of the entire team that we propose an amendment to the ordinance this evening. The copies of it are available on the dais, and there were 30 or so on the back tables. And the amendment is that this ordinance will apply for tax exemptions starting with calendar year 2025. And our request tonight is to ask you to adopt that ordinance as amended. Why? Because staff wants to continue to meet with the affected stakeholders, to educate them, to work with them, and to continue to revise the information or the application that we'd seek. Now, the original ordinance and application, we all learned, was way too much information. It would take too much time. It was more than we needed. But we've decreased that as we've been going through. And even on Friday, there were some good changes recommended to the application. They have not been implemented yet, because I finished at 4:30 Friday, and this is the next business day. But some good things that the team is still interested and willing to adopt. The biggest remaining concern from all that I've learned, and even from the emails that you all have received and forwarded on to me, is that there is vacant land owned by a number of churches. A number of individual churches have vacant land, which, if it's not in use by the church, would in fact become taxable under the law. That's what the Virginia Constitution said. But we feel that staff can educate those property owners of their options over the course, if you delay this, when it will come into play for tax exemptions. They could determine that they're going to actually use those pieces of parcels. They could put some trails on them and have the youth group go over. They may have their Sunday morning Easter service there. That there were ways that they could learn to say, you know what, let's do something with it so that we're not taxed on it. And we're happy to educate them about that. Also, some of the vacant property could well be eligible for land use, which is a significantly reduced tax burden. I'd have to defer to our assessor to exactly what that goes to, but as you all are aware, a significant reduction. They also would have the opportunity to sell the property if they don't want to you know, not saying snap it up, but they would have that opportunity to make a decision, see if they could sell it. Or they might decide that they do in fact want to keep it and they will need to raise some money for the taxes. What matters to the staff is we're not trying to do a gotcha. We are not trying to go out and snap up tax money from these vacant parcels. We are much more interested in helping our stakeholders get to the position they'd like to be in, whether that's selling the land for value or finding a way to keep it tax exempt or subject to a very reduced tax. So in staff's opinion, this delay would allow those entities to learn about and decide what they want to do. And I will tell you that when I met with the stakeholders on Friday, they said, well, why don't you just ask this board to defer the entire ordinance till next year and not adopt it yet? And we gave serious consideration to that option. And there are two reasons why that's not the option I've asked you to consider on behalf of staff tonight. The first is we have engaged in a 2-year education process. And folks, I don't mean to say we were talking about it every week, okay? I just mean that over the course of as time allowed, it's come up at, I think, 3 different meetings where we're, you know, educating the board on issues. And so this is, you know, we actually asked the board about adopting this ordinance, I think almost a year ago. At the end of a 2-by-2 meeting, we talked to everybody about that. So we'd like to be able to conclude that with this board, who we've brought along that journey and educated about. And the other thing is, if you defer this, then there is some concern. I have the concern. It may not be valid. You all can determine that. But whether the entities would still continue to try and oppose adoption of it, instead of maybe using it to make plans for, okay, it's going to come, what's the best thing we can do to come into compliance with it? I could be wrong about that, but that's just my sense. And as I talked to the team today, our consensus was to ask you to adopt it in this way, because it's not a hurry up, we got to do it this year. It's just to make a better, more transparent process to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. And that's what we're trying to do. And so the only other thing I want to make sure that folks are aware of is, again, I'm a mouthpiece because I've been working on behalf of both the commissioners and the assessor's office, but this is the team. These are the people. They've also been taking questions and meeting with folks. That's who folks, you know, are handling this on a day-to-day basis. And our assessor, Mary Ann Davis, is in the audience this evening. I don't know if Bridget Carrington is here. I wasn't sure if she was going to be able to attend this evening. And so with that, I'll simply say, as always, if there are any questions that the board members have, at this time, I'm happy to answer them, or if they come up later, of course, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Board, any questions for Ms. McGee at this time before we open the public hearing? Ms. Lasclette.
Ms. McGee, would you mind going back, I think it was one of your first slides, the issue with the Virginia Constitution versus Virginia law? Would you go back through that?
Yes, I think that's slide 3. Do you want the language about the
you
actual
go.
churches and religious bodies?
Right.
Not just, you know, because some folks have said, how is it, you know, we've always been tax exempt, but this is what Virginia constitutional law allows. That's the broadest that it is for churches and religious bodies. And that's where the requirement to have it in use in some form lies.
Okay, so it says that the following property and no other shall be exempt from taxation, state and local, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Spoon, or Chairman, yeah.
Mr. Lumpkins.
So, one of the, at last month's meeting, we deferred this in part because there were some concerns about at least the ones that were expressed at the meeting were intrusiveness with the length of the application. So we've curbed the length of the application to gather minimum information. And as you just said, we're not asking for any non-public documentation from any of the churches. One of the things I've heard since that last meeting, though, is it would have been helpful if the county had notified people of the fact that we're doing this, and they're saying it. And what I've heard, it's easy to look up on the IRS website all the exempt organizations. But what you just explained is the ones eligible for real and personal property exemption is a smaller subset than every 501c organization.
That's correct.
Okay, so it would have it sounds to me it would have been more confusing if we sent out a message to all 501. Well, finding out the organizations, you can look up by city, you can't look up by county on the IRS website, but if we looked up Goochland and Sandy Hook and Kent Store and Maidens and all those things, we could maybe get an idea of all the 501c3s. But it sounds to me it would be very confusing if we sent a message to everybody, because that's a different set of organizations that are exempt.
That's correct.
Completely different. Okay, so there's notification concern. Now, my question is, what happens, you've asked us now to defer this until calendar year 2025, not to defer it, but to pass it with
A delayed.
effective date of 2025 calendar year. What happens in the meantime? And somebody's
Sir, in the
leaning-
back of the room, I think in the
leaning
green
on it.
shirt.
There we go. Thank you. So what happens now and in the meantime, and I think what you said and what some emails we've seen, and in my law practice, I know people will leave property to a church. So if that happens today, if somebody passes away and leaves a parcel of land to a church, what is the county's response to that? If you know, what's the county's response to that right now? We know if we pass this, they don't have to do anything. There's no application process. But what happens as far as you may know?
I may need the Mary Ann Davis, the assessor, to come to the microphone for that. I'm not sure what she's done yesterday or what she would do tomorrow about it.
And I think if I owned property,
The mic.
give you, turn on the microphone there. If I own property and then I leave it to a church, of course, it was probably taxed when I owned it. How does your office, I mean, I guess you're going to continue taxing it, or how do you handle it?
At this particular point in time, we have not. That's why we've got maybe 25 properties that are vacant and we have exempt. And what I plan to do is to take those properties and look at them further if they're able to be developed or not, whether or not they can be taxed or not, that sort of thing.
So the way it happens now, if I pass and leave my property to a church, you obviously see that the ownership has changed when the information gets transferred from the clerk's office to your office, right?
That's the particular, at this particular point in time, but it has been on our radar to have to go back and check it because of what the code says. We just haven't had the time.
What do you mean by check it? If I leave it to a church and it looks like the name I left it to is a church, does that mean your office has not been, you just stopped taxing it at that point without any application?
That's pretty much, yeah.
Okay. All right, so really nothing, if we adopt this, nothing's really going to change in terms of a church finding themselves suddenly with a tax liability they didn't anticipate.
No, that's why the year, I believe, Ms. McGee, is in there so that we can contact those property owners. First, I would probably check with community development to see if they are truly developable. And if they are, then get with the church to find out, okay, what are the plans? If you've got plans or in minutes or something to say, this piece is going to be an expansion of our cemetery, that's good enough for me, it'll stay exempt. But if, we have a property that has 34 acres, it's all forest, could go into the land use program. But when you've got smaller pieces, 2-acre pieces, 3-acre pieces, in a market where we have so much demand for that land, it's what we've seen is just really a kind of a high turnover. So if they put it on the market, they could sell it if it is developable. That's where I would confirm that first.
All right, thank you. And shifting back to the county attorney, personal property, I believe you said this at last month's meeting. Personal property, this whole effort is focused on vehicles.
Yes, let me clarify that all personal property owned by the nonprofits, we presume is used in their nonprofit purpose and is tax exempt. The only thing that there are records of are vehicles, titles. And when the Commissioner of Revenue has found a vehicle, for instance, titled perhaps in the name of a nonprofit, but also an individual, that would, in their minds, take it out of immediate eligibility. They contact the entity and let them know, why don't you take that other person's name off, and then it will be tax exempt. But you can't leave that other person's name on it and still have it be tax exempt. So again, that's just the commissioner trying to help our nonprofits keep their property non-taxable. That's what the goal has been.
Okay.
And continues to be, frankly. This doesn't change that as a goal.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Lumpkins. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. So if you'd like to come forward and speak on this, same rules, you got 3 minutes, and please give us your name and address.
Good afternoon again. I'm Wendy Hobbs, still living in the same place in Sandy Hook in District 2. I want to say that your staff have been very good at meeting with people. We met with the county attorney, I think about 2 hours Friday, to discuss the concerns. What we were told and what you all were told in the August meeting is that this was to come in line with exempt other programs that you have in the county that give reduced or exempt tax status. The only thing about the senior citizen or the disabled is that you have to apply for that every year, and you have to provide financial records to verify the need for those programs. The other thing that we talked about, and I heard Ms. McGee talk about, and I heard Ms. Davis, and hi, Ms. Davis, I don't think I met you, talk about the question that you asked, Ms. Lumpkin, about someone willing you land, and that often happens in our churches. What we were told, though, if that property is not actively being used, it is taxable. Tonight, we're kind of hearing a little different here, and I think that we need to be clear on that before we vote on this particular standard. The other thing about 3 years of not knowing, Ms. McGee shared that you have your tax books that have identified all the tax exempt properties, that 75 letters or communications went out. So you already have that information. Now, if you are saying we would like to update that information, I don't think anybody would be opposed to giving an update of who the pastor is or email or a phone number. But what we do have concerns about is the application itself. And unfortunately, you guys, from what we've been told, do not set the application standards. And what you have here is, in this application, it talks about providing income derived from rental properties that the church or an organization may be getting, and providing an annual report on that. That's dipping into the church finances or the nonprofit's finances. And most nonprofits are already filing 990, so that information is provided. But the churches have not been providing any financial information. So our concern is really what's on this application, because you all will be approving the application, but you're not approving what we're getting. And so we're concerned about that. The deferral, I think that the deferral would be welcome, because we need to go back out to these entities and explain how you can meet the standard to people. And by voting tonight, that will not give that. It will give the county staff the permission to move forward with this application, which can change, as we have seen it change through this process. So we ask that you defer it so that you can meet back with the churches, meet back with the nonprofit organizations, and say, this is how it's going to be addressed. Make sure we all understand this before you make it a law, because we know that this is a law. But if this application is not what you're voting on, then there are some things in this application that we have real concerns with when it encroaches into the church's business minutes and as well as financial records of the church. So we're asking you to defer it. Let your staff come back and talk with these 75 entities and make sure that they understand what we're doing. And we haven't done it in 100 years, so if you have to defer it for another 90 days or what have you, I mean, you've been doing well so far. Continue to do well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hobbs. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Emmanuel Harris. I'm the pastor of Jerusalem. I met with Ms. McGee on Friday. So I'll be quick because you already have an email. And I do see a lot of what has been addressed already, so thank you for hearing us. And also the local municipalities, apparently Henrico's been doing this for 20-some years. So it's so old that, and it's seamless, I guess, that, people don't realize that it's being done. But my main concern was financial impact. And being that churches are coming out of a pandemic, and I didn't want them to be told nothing's going to change because it may. If you have property that's been given to you and it's not being used, you may get a tax bill. If you have a parsonage that's not being occupied by your minister, it may change it's going to be a financial impact. And some churches can't fix that readily because oftentimes ministers are coming from other places to preach in the church, so they're not willing to live in the parsonage. Or if you're in between pastors, then you're not going to be able to just fill the pulpit with somebody, so that there may be a tax implication. So I just wanted all churches to understand there may be a financial impact on your, on your organization. And many of us in the land, giving up land and all that, it's just a lot of history there. People often will lands to churches. Like Jerusalem has been around since 1880. Ancestors of slaves. The land has been in the community, in the church for a long time. So it's not just willing to just turn it over to the county or sell it, because it's a lot of history there. And I'm sure, I'm not speaking just for Jerusalem, I'm speaking for a lot of churches, black, white, or or whatever. The parsonage situation is going to impact a lot of churches, and 90% of churches are small to mid-size. There are not many, of course, in Richmond is St. Paul and, Cedar Street, these huge churches, Hope here. Most churches are not like that. Most churches are, people on fixed incomes, paying tithes and offerings, and we're just maintaining to keeping our doors open while providing funerals and weddings and the income. We talked about income versus net income. The net income figure is not going to be that great. You may see gross income, but when you take out all the expenses, it's not going to be, substantial. So I just wanted this to be thought through how it's going to affect smaller churches and mid-sized churches. And small is defined as 100 worshipers or less, and mid-size is 100 to 500. And since the pandemic, all of our numbers have been cut for the most point. So, we're coming out of a kind of almost a historic crisis in the church, and we've kind of figured it out, but this could add another layer to that if you start getting tax bills on top of everything else. So I'm just going to stop right there, and I'm good at shutting up. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Harrison.
Hi, my name is Jen Sturgill. Thanks, Board, for having me here. I just wanted to give my support to Ms. Hobbs and Reverend Harris. When I go to church, I go to Jerusalem Baptist. I see all the great work they do, work that a lot of counties do and pay money for. They do for free based on the money that people donate to them. I'd hate to see anything happen to that. So I'm just here to say that I really support that church, and I hope you will too, and think about what they said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strozier. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board, Madam Counsel, Madam Secretary. My name is Ben Sloan. I reside at 2052 Maidens Road, Maidens, Virginia, 23102. And I'm here to oppose the acceptance of the ordinance. The first thing I would recommend that the board do is go to the state legislatures, our representatives in the state legislatures, and have them change the Code of Virginia. The Code of Virginia includes all nonprofit organizations, which include churches. They should never be included. The First Amendment of our U.S. Constitution and also our Commonwealth Constitution are very clear about the separation of churches. I think there's no case for anything like this. And I also point out that the actual law states may require. That's not a requirement. I don't think this county is really looking for sources of revenue. And I understand going after some questionable not-for-profit organizations that might be hiding, let's say, certain taxable income off properties. But this is too encompassing of everything that is within the right of the religious organization. And there is a difference, because even though religious organizations exist in our society and have law enforcement, EMT, and other support, that doesn't mean they're included in the same concept. And that's why we have the deviation that is put forth in our constitutions, both our national and our local constitution for the Commonwealth. So therefore, I would ask that what be set forth is an action to go to our House of District members, our Senate District members, and to ask them to change the Code of Virginia 58.1-3605 to remove the essence of religious organizations when doing this. Because remember, that form that goes forth can be changed at any whim by anyone within the staff. So, in any future generation, there's no need for this now, and I would recommend that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Anyone else? Final call? All right. Closing public comment period. Ms. McGee, was anything said that you would like to respond to at this time, or?
I'd be happy to. And then if board members point out things that they would also like, I'm happy to do that too. I'm going to start from the back and go forward, just because that's how my notes are. Certainly, should this board decide to go to the state legislature, I don't have any opposition to that. That's a policy question, frankly, above my pay grade. That goes to you all. In addition to changing the Virginia Code, you'd have to change the Constitution, because the genesis of all state exemptions are in the Constitution, and the language right here is in the Constitution. But that's doable, and it's nothing that staff has any problem with the board supporting if it wishes to. That's not where we are today, and we don't know that that would be successful. So what we've put before you today is about the situation where we are now. It is certainly true that the state law that allows you to adopt an application ordinance is permissive. It is not mandatory. You are not required to have an ordinance in which people have to file an application to get their tax exemptions. That is permissive. We mentioned already the regional localities that have that ordinance, and as Reverend Harris admitted, some of them have had them for 20 years. So it exists in more localities than that, but it is an option. It is not a requirement. Your staff, the Commissioner's Office and the Assessor's Office, have asked you to do that. And they could simply have sent out an application, say to the parcels, the 75. But that didn't seem to be transparent enough for what Goochland County did, for one of your offices to send out an application to these tax exempt entities without ever getting your input on it, without ever trying to be transparent about the requirement for it. So that's why this path was chosen. But it is not obligatory that you have that ordinance. With respect to what Reverend Harris, and I appreciate you making the drive, Reverend Harris, again, we had a very good meeting on Friday. I'll correct Ms. Hobbs only a moment. It was over 3 hours long, but it was a good, solid exchange of information that I was not aware of on behalf of staff, and to try and explain what we were doing. Some of the things that Reverend Harris mentioned, the substantial revenue versus net income, those are things that I learned from them and said, I think our team can make that change to our application. Again, we have not changed it yet because that's just a function of time. Today was the first business day since then. And we took into account Reverend Harris's and the concerns of others, Mrs. Bowles and as well, about not trying to get churches to have this suddenly come on them without warning. That's the genesis of staff's request to have you all have a delayed effective date so that we can work with churches about, and others, frankly, but from Friday it's been churches, about how they could look at what they're doing and make a determination of whether they should continue to own that property, whether they can just simply put it in use. As I explained to the members on the meeting on Friday, they don't have to be there every single week. They don't have to build a church there. You heard Ms. Davis come to the microphone and say, if they've got plans to expand their cemetery there, that's good enough for her, that they have a plan that they can point to say, we're going to put our cemetery there. There's nobody buried there yet, but we need that space. As I go back even further to the comments of Ms. Hobbs, she said, the application could change as it has, and it has, but Ms. Hobbs or anyone I've met with would agree, it's become better, easier, a lighter touch of government are the only changes that the application has had. And it's true that it's not before you today to actually adopt the application to be used. But the staff that put that application together work for you. They work under your policy. They work with their budgets to you. And so that application needs to be something that you're comfortable with. That's why I shared it with all of you in our meetings in preparation for tonight. It's been on the website, and we will continue to make it better and to address those concerns so that we could. In terms of that income from rental property that Ms. Hobbs mentioned, again, we took that up Friday, and I said, you know what, I can see a way that we don't need to ask for that. And so that's not a change we've made yet, so it's completely fair for it to be addressed, but that is not something staff has problem with. And let me just say, for behalf of Ms. Hobbs, with respect to, if it's not actively being used, today you're hearing something different than what I told her on Friday. No, I've shown the constitutional standard that says there has to be some use of it. All I'm saying is that staff is very interested in helping our nonprofits figure out what they can do to meet that standard, to tell them, if you do this, that's going to be okay for us. That's going to keep it tax exempt. And as I did, I remember specifically in the meeting on Friday saying, maybe your Sunrise Easter service could be there. Maybe you could have the youth have a retreat there. We had those conversations around the table. And that's just to say, we're not out to try and grab that money, Mr. Sloan. We're not out trying to increase the coffers. We just honestly started about making sure that we're being a transparent way to have the documentation to support good use of what we're doing with our funds. So those are the ones that I specifically want to address, but I'm happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Mr. Waters?
Ms. McGee, I had two questions that would be related to potential amendments, and mainly the questions are they doable? I appreciated all the comments, but particularly Reverend Harris's regarding land, property that's been donated to the church in someone's will. Could an amendment be that only if land is disposed of or used for revenue generating purposes, could taxes be collected? Would that be doable in that?
It's not in keeping with the constitutional amendment that allows us to, the following other property and no other shall be exempt. And in taxation, as in many things for government, you also have to be uniform. So you would have to adopt something like that for all nonprofits subject to a tax exemption. Okay. But it's not in keeping with what we're allowed to do under the Constitution. We are required, if to exempt only what's owned and used, occupied and used by churches for their religious worship or their ministers. That's the legal standard. Sorry to be the lawyer there, but.
No, I mean, that's the value of your advice. And then secondly, could a provision be put in that if we were to adopt an application, no revisions could be made without the full approval of the Board of Supervisors?
Yeah, that's within your.
I understand the concerns. I don't think I don't think we want to do any, I don't think we have any intentions to make revisions once we land on a final draft, so to speak, of the ordinance. But we could put in that clause such that nothing could be done just unilaterally by staff or without public awareness. Okay.
Yes, that would be within the power of what you could do, and I know on behalf of the team, we would ask that you not adopt the application we have today, but perhaps we would set a time next year that would be enough time, give us a chance to keep working with folks, get a final application before you put it, on consent agenda or discuss it in 2x2s and get your approval with it. But yeah, staff is not interested in doing anything that the board doesn't support.
Thank you.
Anyone else, board? Ms. Lasclette?
Oops, okay. So, I'm back to this slide that you have up there. Thank you for keeping it up there, right in front of me. So the Constitution says, the following and no other shall be exempt. And then item 2, which is the real estate and personal property tax zone clause, is out of Virginia code.
No, ma'am, that's the Constitution.
That's still out of the Constitution.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so it doesn't say that we have an option. Where is this idea of an option come from?
The only option that we've talked about so far is whether or not you have an ordinance that requires an application. So that's actually the language of the ordinance before you tonight is the entities will file an application to claim their tax exemption. That is optional. You do not have to have that ordinance. Other localities do, as we've discussed, but that's state law option. Not every locality in Virginia has that ordinance.
So the option is on the application.
Yes, ma'am. To have it as an ordinance. Yes, ma'am.
Right. And is it possible, there are other tax exempt types of organizations, other than churches and religious organizations, that would fall into this section?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to do an ordinance for an application for the other tax exempt organizations except religious organizations?
I think the concern would be that taxation, like many, is supposed to be uniform. Uniformity is the goal of taxation. It's the overriding legal standard. And so if you have some nonprofits that have to file an application and some that don't, that's not uniform. That would be my concern about it, is the risk of not being uniform in your requirements.
And the concern that was brought up, I believe, by more than one person about invasive, I'll use that word, nature of the application. And we're saying that can be revised. I mean, I was particularly interested in the comment about revenue from rental or use of other properties. Is that
Correct.
something we really need to have?
Again, I've talked to staff about it briefly, but we didn't work on specific provisions of the application because we wanted to focus on what our position would be tonight, how we could respond to the bigger concerns we heard on Friday. But yes, in a brief meeting we had today with staff and looked at that, we felt that we would look to make that not something we need to know. Again, being a lawyer, I sometimes fall back on the legal words, and in the decisions and in the court opinions, they talk about substantial revenue. But I agreed with Reverend Harris as soon as he said it on Friday. It's not really revenue. I mean, we're charging to keep the lights on and to get the place cleaned. Once you take our costs out, and I'm like, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's not that. And so the commitment I was talking to staff about today is, first of all, when I learned about the types of revenues that generated, like we have a summer camp, which usually, frankly, is a vacation Bible school, or we might have, a senior citizen program. I said to the group today, we need to dive right into the fact, I don't even think those programs are considered other use. I think that's part of their community religious. So I don't even think those are going to count at all. And I'd like to find that out by searching tax codes and opinions and checking. And if that's the case, then we can be very clear about that. But yes, I think we came down to the idea that we wouldn't have to look at revenue, that in itself puts the possibility, even though it's not our intention, the possibility of trying to check into the financial books, and that we don't want to be there. So that was things that we took very positively from the comments on Friday, and intend to address if we should go forward with an ordinance and application.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McGee.
So I thought this one was going to be a pretty simple one at first, just like a lot of stuff up here. But when you get in the details, we all know it's in the details, right? I saw the government attack churches. I saw them shut us down. I saw them keep liquor stores open and bars open, but shut down our churches. I have one of the things that I've said over and over again is my goal is to do less legislation and remove more things. I don't think, even as well-intentioned, we have great people here. We don't know who's going to succeed us. And when we do this, we have to be very careful. And I don't think I could look myself in the mirror saying that we're going to do something more onerous for churches. I just can't do that.
Real quickly. Where I'm landing on this, and we have made a lot of progress since last month and in the past few months, and this is great. I can't get behind this until we incorporate, at a minimum, incorporate the application itself into the ordinance. And that would be kind of goes to what you were asking, Mr. Vaughters. I think the application, and for this instance, the application just needs to be incorporated as part of the ordinance so that if the application is going to be changed, it has to be done by this board. You acknowledge that we're not ready for that because there's changes still coming. And if we're able to, if we're looking at adopting an ordinance that it doesn't start till the calendar year 2025, as Ms. Hobbs said, we can take a little more time right now to get this right. But I guess I'm with you, Mr. Spoonhour. The only flip side of this is, and it was brought up at the August meeting, taxpayers could be subsidizing. I mean, we pay property taxes on real and personal property, and vast majority of taxpayers are obligated to do so. So if we get completely hands-off, there's the flip side that taxpayers are subsidizing folks that should not be exempt. And we have a subset of, just because you're a 501c does not mean you're exempt. So if we're to follow the law, I think we're getting very close to addressing the concerns we've heard and being very light-handed with this. But again, I would like it locked in where the application that has been worked on and people here that have addressed it are comfortable with it. That kind of needs to happen before I'll support adoption of anything similar to this. Thank you.
Mr. Waters?
I'm going off of a comment that our county administrator, Vic Carpenter, made earlier today, that staff is working diligently on countless projects. And I think this is an exceptional example of, we might not get to the solution tonight, but everyone working diligently to try and find a common goal. And so, I think sometimes you get a denial or deferral, and there are people who think, no, that's a loss or a win. This I think is a perfect example of, okay, we took our learnings. Several of us have changed opinion hearing more and more about it. And I'd be remiss not to mention that the amount of work and time staff has taken to get to where we are, but also to listen to the community is invaluable. And it makes Goochland what it is. So thank you all.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. Couple of things here real quick. Just to be clear, we heard a concern about material non-public information, the intrusiveness and all of that. The current state of affairs are we're not asking for any.
Pardon me, even the application that was mailed out on the 25th for a church or religious body, if there is not a document publicly filed, then it will not come into the government
Only
under
public
any
information.
circumstance.
Only public information at this
correct.
point. I'm getting closer on the ordinance. I'm still not there on the application, and I heard some of the comments. But I just wanted to clear up that the intent here is not to ask for anything that's not already out in the public domain. One of the things it seems to me, and we're a Dillon Rule state, so this county can only tax things we're allowed to tax. We can only grant tax exemptions when we're allowed to grant a tax exemption. For instance, we don't have a county tax on cigarettes and alcohol and income and a bunch of other things because we're not allowed to charge those kinds of taxes. We're also not allowed to provide exemptions unless they're enumerated. So we have significant constraints on what we can and can't tax and can't provide tax benefits to. In this case, thank you for leaving this up, but if I read this, the Virginia Constitution, where you have number 2, real estate and personal property tax, owned, but owned doesn't seem to be sufficient. It says owned and occupied or used. So you not only have to own it, you have to occupy it or use it. And so what this ordinance is doing is shifting us in the direction of shifting from who's on the title to how is it being used. Because I think generally the public has seen fit to effectively subsidize things that are for the public good, but not necessarily for those things that may or may not be. Sometimes taking it to the extreme can kind of frame the issue. Not that you want to, but if we had a church that purchased an apartment complex on one side and a dairy farm on the other, and those 3 were titled in that church, if it went by the title, who's on the title, all 3 of those would be tax exempt operations. If it goes by the activity or use, only one would be. As I read this number 2, it says ownership and who's on the title is not sufficient by itself. This is state constitution. This is not Goodson County making this stuff up. So as I interpret it, what this zoning, potential contemplated zoning change would be to basically bring us in line with the Virginia Constitution that says you can only provide this benefit if it's not only owned, but it's also occupied or used. Is that a fair, I'm not a lawyer either, so is that a fair characterization, Ms. McGee?
That's an excellent characterization, Mr. Peterson. Although it's, I think you just misspoke from it. It's not a zoning change, it's just an ordinance
An ordinance change.
Yep.
An
But other than
ordinance
that, you were spot on, yes.
Okay, this is helping me think this through, and I appreciate that, and for the benefit of those out there as well that may or may not be conversant with Dillon Rule, the Virginia Constitution, et cetera, just sharing some of this information. So effectively, it's a shift from an activity away from a title. And part of this documentation would be to protect that tax exempt status benefit that's being afforded. Without this, there is no defense out there. We don't have documentation on file to defend it in case it's challenged. This way we could say, yes, it is being extended, and here's the reason why, and we have documentation to protect that benefit as well. So there's some benefit there. And then my last thing, again, I told you I'm not quite there yet on this, the whole package deal. The suggestion tonight was perhaps to adopt, but then not make it effective for a while charitable organizations were able to work through how to deal with certain issues. There's a parallel there that my colleague had brought up with what happens if a church get inheritance as a piece of property. There may or may not be introduced some kind of deferral period there as well to say, okay, right now, if we adopt this tonight, a church with vacant land might say, okay, now I need some time to figure out what to do with it. Well, if they get inherited, they may need some time too. So there may be a parallel to the suggestion that came up tonight to say, all right, well, let's do that in all cases where something shifts from tax exempt, or I'm sorry, from taxable to possibly tax exempt, give it some kind of grace period to figure it out and sort it out so that we don't put anybody in a bind. I'll yield back. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any other comments?
Chairman, if we're looking to defer this, what's a calendar look like?
If you're looking to defer it, my recommendation would be that it go to perhaps March, maybe February at the earliest, but both with respect to when the Commissioner's Office and the Assessor's Office carry heavy burdens themselves on running bills, and to get out and do that education and to have time for individual appointments with folks who have property that could be subject to tax, try and help them, try and give them their options, get that information out. And as we've gathered information to change the application and improve it, make it less the lighter hand of government, which is what this board has always wanted. And it's what staff's been striving to do since we started.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Supervisors defer this matter to our regular scheduled meeting in March of 2024.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Laskowlet?
Yes.
Mrs. Spoonhour?
No. Okay, motion carries. All right. You need a break? All right, we're going to take 10 minutes, so big hand on the floor, please.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks, will we come back? All right, I'm going to call us back to order. All right, and we are up to our third case, Ms. Sonitis.
Good evening, members of the board, Chairman Spoonhour. I'm Crystal Nitis, Deputy County Administrator. Figured I'd say that since I forgot to the first time I got summoned up. So before you all tonight, you have 3 land use cases. I will present the first one, which is a conditional use permit by Lindsay and Casey Davenport for an accessory family housing unit detached. It's located at 5425 River Road West. The zoning as it exists now is a agricultural, general A1, the land use rural residential, and the comp plan designates this as a rural enhancement area. So just to orient you all to sort of where this is located, oh gosh, we did this again with the maps, because I can't read this far away. I've asked for a little screen here. So it's located just near River Road West, which right here is River Road West. So when we look at where it is in proximity to the county building, it's actually, all right, we'll just stick with that. So it's located just outside the courthouse. No, god dang it. Never mind. Anyways, so it's off of River Road West, and it is a parcel that is about 8 acres in size. Again, I mentioned that it's zoned A1. There's rural residential zoning immediately adjacent, and it's part of our rural enhancement area per the comp plan. So just a summary of our application. Again, it's a little over 8 acres, 8.05 acres. There currently is an existing 1-story dwelling that is on the parcel that's down here. This yellow circled area is actually where they're proposing to have the detached dwelling, which would be about 800 to 900 square feet. The existing permanent structure is about 1,624 feet. The applicants are indicating that it will be a in-law suite or in-law home, as they plan to have a parent living there. The applicants also indicated that the structure may be used as a personal office, which is permitted by right with the land and does not require a CUP. So just again, our comp plan, this application is generally consistent with the rural enhancement area land use designation. Again, we had a community meeting for this application on June 13th, 2023. One adjacent property owner attended and expressed support for this conditional use permit. This was heard at the Planning Commission. This was recommended for a 4-0 vote at the July meeting. Mr. Patuk was absent and no one spoke during the public hearing. Just an overview of the conditions, the standard conditions that we have with any detached dwelling, specifying the use, that it is for family, having the use limitation, that is not for rental, and that carbon monoxide and smoke detectors are installed as required by building code. Emergency access, that it's consistent with making sure that there's emergency accessibility. This is a 5-year CUP. And transfer of ownership, again, that they would have to notify the Department of Community Development if the property in of itself, the principal property and the parcel are sold. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Vaness. Board, any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? Or is the applicant here? Is the applicant here?
I do believe the applicant is here. They are in the audience.
Does the applicant wish to say anything at this time? No. Okay.
No, sir.
All right. So seeing no questions, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Okay, not seeing anyone. I'm going to close the public hearing. Anybody think of any questions in that time frame? Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Lescott.
I move the board grant conditional use permit CU 2023-0009 for detached accessory family housing unit at 5425 River Road West, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Any further discussion? Roll call vote.
Ms. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Laskellette?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Ms. Spoonhour?
Yes. Okay. All right, moving on to District 3.
Okay, now we're on to one that's near the Courthouse Village area. Got my cases confused. So before you all, you have a second case this evening, and this is for William and Ashley Hines. It's a conditional use permit as well for a detached accessory housing unit. However, they are seeking two exceptions from our traditional standards that we have, namely the standard of only persons relating to resident of principal dwelling to reside in accessory dwelling, as well as an exception to rental of second dwelling separately from principal dwelling prohibited. I'll get into that in a little more once we get into the presentation. The area itself that we're discussing is 3.16 acres, and it is located at 2486 Log Cabin Road. Its zoning is agricultural, limited A2, and its land use is single-family residential subdivision within our current land use designation. And the comp plan calls for it to be a rural enhancement area, which again is larger lot subdivisions. So here you can see that there's Maidens Road and Hidden Rock Park. So the actual parcel where they're looking at having the detached accessory dwelling unit for other than family use is located here in the Crossroads subdivision. It's just outside the Courthouse Village area, which is our designated growth area. It is fairly close to Hidden Rock Park and again directly off of Maidens Road. It is zoned A2 on the existing zoning map, and again, per the comp plan, it is designated as a rural and enhancement area with neighborhood residential abutting as well as public-owned institutional uses immediately adjacent as well. So just a summary of this application. Again, I mentioned it's a 3-acre parcel. There's an existing principal dwelling that's a little over 2,600 square feet, and that's where the applicants actually currently and intend to continue living in the principal dwelling. There is an existing detached structure that's about 1,600 square feet. There is a garage on the first floor that's 800 square feet and a living space upstairs that is about 800 square feet with 2 bedrooms, 1 full bath, a kitchen, and living room. Previously, there was a building permit approved for this living space in 1997. It was primarily used as a home office for the current owners of the property for a small business. It was Craftsman of Virginia Incorporated until they retired in 2021. There's no new construction planned. Our comprehensive plan, again, this application with staff's analysis is generally consistent with the rural enhancement area land use designation, and it supports a strategy to allow additional opportunities for varied housing types. Community meeting was held on June 14th of 2023. There were 2 attendees. Attendees had no concerns and expressed support. This case was before the Planning Commission at the July meeting, and it was a recommended approval with a 3-1 vote. Mr. Myers voted against recommendation, the August Planning Commission meeting, voted against recommendation for approval. Mr. Patuk was absent. No one spoke during the public hearing. And just a little more on the waiver request to those 2 exemptions that I mentioned earlier. Here it is in a little more detailed language. Again, that the applicants are requesting 2 waivers from the use standards set forth in our existing provisions that requiring only persons relating to the resident of principal dwelling to reside in the accessory dwelling, which means they're requesting the ability to have folks other than family as defined by code to be able to live there, and also prohibiting rental of the second dwelling separately from the principal dwelling. Essentially, they're asking for the ability to have rental. And the intent in speaking with the property owners is that they would like long-term rental as they are working to age in place. There is a septic system limitation that there is a drain field that serves both of those structures. And so the drain field capacity is limited to 6 people. Therefore, the total occupancy of the primary dwelling and the accessory dwelling must be strictly limited. And again, the standard conditional use permit conditions apply. That there's carbon monoxide and smoke detectors, emergency access shall be provided and maintained to the accessory housing unit. Max overnight occupancy, again, I mentioned that drain field, so there's a maximum of 6 people, including residents, guests, and renters, and other occupants. And again, just going through those exemptions or exceptions that they're seeking with regards to for use other than family and for rental. This conditional use permit would expire in last day of September 2028. So for also the transfer of ownership is standard as we see any transfer of the property. The Department of Community Development would be required to be notified. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Unitas. Ms. Lasclette?
Okay, Ms. Onitis, go back to the issue of the septic and the 6 people. So that's total with the 2 residences
Yes, ma'am.
combined?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, and the unit that potentially could be rented is how many square feet?
So garage included, it's about 1,600 square feet. There's 1,800 square feet of living space and, 800, thank you. 800 square feet of living space upstairs that has 2 bedrooms, 1 full bath, a kitchen and living room, and an 800 square foot garage.
Okay, so the proposal would be, if approved, to rent that building,
Yes, ma'am.
including the residential and the garage as a unit.
I would defer to the applicant on the absolute defined use if they will retain any use of the garage. But I do know that the second story, the upper level, is intended to be rental.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Waters?
So a few questions. You mentioned transfer of the cup potentiality. Could we make a cup conditional on the current owners occupying the house, and then it would have to be up for application if the current owners ever left?
Land use and zoning is considered to be a change only in the land, and so it's not appropriate to have it tied to a particular individual.
Okay, and then second, can we prohibit short-term rental? Any rental less than a month?
Legally, I'm not aware of any reason that could not be prohibited. Again, the applicant's intent is to have it as a rental. Their intent is to have an actual long-term or, more than 30-day rental. It's not intended to be an Airbnb.
There isn't any legal reason that you couldn't impose that as a condition.
Okay, and then the final question I have is, how do we actually monitor or enforce a 6-person limit?
1, we are complaint-driven, but 2, the drain field and all of the septic oversight is overseen by the Virginia Department of Health. So if we received a call that they were and potentially, 10 people are there, staying there long-term, staying overnight, we would notify Virginia Department of Health, and then we would also cite them with a conditional use permit violation, but we would not enforce the drain field ourselves.
Thank you.
Okay. Is the applicant here? Would they like to?
The applicant is here this evening.
Hi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Ashley Hines,
Thank you, Ms. Hines.
and my husband, William, is in the maroon T-shirt in the back.
Okay.
He's not as brave as I am tonight.
Can you just give us your address for the record, Ms. Hines?
Pardon?
Your address for the record?
2486 Log Cabin Road.
Thank you very much. Anything you'd like to talk to the board? I think Ms. Lasclette had a question on.
Just from hearing the questions, our intent solely is to supplement our Social Security. We did run our business from that garage for 26 years, Terry? I think, 25, 26 years. And I would like to tell everybody that you should own your own business
Ma'am,
because you get
ma'am,
rich.
You have to address the board.
Oh, I'd like to tell y'all that it's
Thank you.
good to own your own business, because you get rich, but that's not necessarily the case. So we do need it for income so that we can stay in Goochland. And I will say, we hope to live and die in Goochland. As far as the drain field situation, it is only Terry and I there. We've never had a big family there. The only time we had more than 2 people living there was when my mom was living with us before she passed. You know, so it's only 2 in the main residence. And I would limit it, I personally would limit it in the lease to be no more than 4 people. So there's your 6 total. I would say more often, it may not be more than 1 or 2. But, and it is definitely for long-term. I also would have in the lease year minimum for rental.
Thank you.
Because we need the long-term. We need it literally to supplement income.
Okay.
Great, easy emergency access. Because we had our business there, plenty of parking because we had trucks at the time. Definitely to code. We were in construction. That was part of our business. So we made sure of that when we built the structure for ourselves. And one thing, even, it does not affect even, say, school bus routes, because right across from our house, there's a crossroads. Log Cabin and the crossroads comes in. That's the bus stop for the elementary and for the middle school. So I really feel like that we're in an optimal position to do this, and we would really appreciate your consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hines. Ms. Lescott, did you have a question?
I do. All right, thank you, Ms. Hines. So I understand that it is your desire to have this as long-term rental.
Yes,
I totally get that. So just from, I guess from the county from my standpoint, I would like to have something, and I believe it was mentioned earlier, something in the conditions that required it. I don't know if we require years lease, but definitely not short-term rental.
Well, that's great. That would,
Okay, and I appreciate that. And you understand the 6-person maximum, and you've discussed that. So that
Yes.
would be the other concern, that we don't have, an issue with the health department on that.
Right.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
thank you.
And ma'am, I'm gonna ask Ms. Lescott's question directly, because that's what I was gonna ask.
Okay.
Would you be willing to allow the would you be agreeable to us adding a provision in here that lease terms shall be a minimum of 1 year?
Yes,
And again, the reason is not so much, don't believe when you say that's your representation, but if the property sells, these conditions transfer to the new person.
exactly, and I understand that.
Okay, thank you. So let's capture that and make sure you say on the record, I'm looking to our attorney to see if she can capture, like, condition, it would be condition.
I have been writing, it just changed a little bit from less than 30 days to a year.
All right, so we want to add it as an 8th condition?
Condition 8, yep, the lease term for the accessory housing unit must be a minimum of 1 year.
Ms. Hines, does that sound agreeable?
I
willing to
agree.
add that as, okay, condition number 8. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else before I open the public hearing? All right. I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Okay. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay. Board, questions, a motion? E-motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that let me get to the right page here, hold on a second. I got it. I'm scrolling around. Well, I'll come back to it. Yeah. Mr. Chairman and Board, I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU 2023-8 for a detached accessory housing unit at 2486 Log Cabin Road, subject to the 7 conditions listed plus an 8th condition that reads as follows.
Lease terms for the accessory housing unit must be a minimum of 1 year.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lumpkins, Mrs. Lascalette. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lascalette?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Ms. Spoonhour?
Yes. Congratulations. All right, our sixth case over down to District 5.
Me again. Yes, Miss Ingrid Vetter.
District 3.
Case 5, it starts on the,
All right, good evening, members of the board. You all have a rezoning case before you all for consideration by Miss Ingrid E. Vetter. The acreage of the area is 10 acres. It's currently zoned as A2 Agricultural Limited. The request is to rezone as a R1 Residential Limited with proffers. And the intent is to create one new single-family residential lot on this property. The location is at 1600 Beaver Dam Creek Road, and the land use designation is single-family residential subdivision. It's located within Deerfield. The comp plan designates this as rural enhancement area. So just to orient you all, this is where the subdivision is located here. And then over here, you can see it's actually situated, the parcel in question that we're discussing for the rezoning, between Blakely Road and Beaver Dam Creek Road. Again, as I mentioned, the comp plan designates this as rural and enhancement area, but I will also say that the subdivision is about 0.9 miles from our Department of Correction facility that is here just outside the courthouse village. Also, the zoning map, again, as I mentioned, is A2 with all nearby adjoining adjacent properties also being A2. So just a summary of this case. Again, the applicant is seeking to create one new 4-acre lot. You may recall I mentioned that it is a 10-acre lot. They're looking to get a 4-acre lot. The intent is to split into 4 and 6 acres, namely because where the principal dwelling is located, the drain field and all substructures encompass an area that is about 6 acres. So there's not a way to cleanly bisect the property and make it 5 and 5. Hence the ask for a 4-acre lot with retaining 6 acres. The easement for the new lot will also have access to Beaver Dam Creek Road, and there will not be access, access will be prohibited to the private road. There's no capital impact model to create for one new lot because there is no cash proffer at this time for that. And just some interesting background on this. This property originally was recorded as 2 lots. These lots were combined in 1979, and I do believe that is the time that, around the time that our applicant and her husband originally first acquired the property. And again, as proposed, average lot size would be 5 acres for the 2 lots, 6 and 4 to be exact. Adjoining and nearby properties, all in Deerfield and Hillcrest subdivisions, range from 2.1 acres to 10.4 acres. The median and average lot sizes in these developments is about 5 acres. So one rural residential zoning was approved in Deerfield in 2005 to create a new building lot, and that was 4 acres using our 2005 guidelines. This application is generally consistent with the rural enhancement area land use designation in the comp plan per staff's analysis. There was a community meeting held on this rezoning request on June 27th, 2023. There were 6 attendees, including Planning Commissioners Patuck and Myers. Attendees expressed no concern and generally conveyed support. We have received correspondence on this rezoning request. We've received 1 letter of support and 3 letters of opposition. The opposition letters generally object to creating additional lots. This case was before the Planning Commission in August with an approval recommended at a 4-0. Mr. Patuck was absent 2 people spoke in favor of this application, and 2 people spoke in opposition. And so I mentioned earlier, the access. So again, we have our standard kind of effort to go through proffers to make sure, what we see is what we get, or what we talk about is what we get as the end result. So there shall be a limit to 2 subdivision lots. The property shall develop in general conformance with the conceptual plan that has been attached as Exhibit A, and access to the property shall be provided from Beaver Dam Creek Road, which is the public road. No access will be provided from Blakely Road, which is the private road. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Ms. Lascolette.
There we go, Ms. Onitis. So the property is currently zoned A2. Zoning allows residences on how many acres? What is the zoning classification for A2?
I'm so glad you asked. I have a table. I feel nerdy now. On A2, the typically what we see is a minimum of the table does not actually cover that. I will say that the adjacent developments range from 2 to 10 acres. This lot in of itself is a 10-acre lot. It was previously 2 parcels that then were combined back into a 10-acre parcel. For the exact zoning question, though, I will defer to Mr. Coleman.
Sorry, thank you. Tom Coleman, Principal Planner. In agricultural district, the minimum lot size is generally 2 acres, except for fronting on the road, like the lot fronting on Beaver Dam Creek Road would have to be 3 acres. That would be the minimums in the agricultural district.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Coleman. So this property, the 10 acres all fronts Beaver Dam Creek Road, correct?
Currently.
Okay.
Currently,
So in theory, by right, they could put 3 residences on this?
What's happened here is Deerfield is what's called a major subdivision. When this was created, it was a major subdivision. When they create that major subdivision, they use up all the subdivision rights. So at that time, when they got the subdivision approved, whatever the acreage was approved, that's what the lots were approved for. So like, for example, in this situation, they actually erased a property line to make it larger, and that's why this one is 10 acres. But Deerfield includes lots generally from 5 acres to 10 acres in size. So now, if they want to subdivide, since it's a major subdivision, and they've used up all those by right subdivision splits, they have to come and rezone it to a residential zoning to now do additional splits on it.
Okay, and so what, in that subdivision, what is the smallest lot?
The smallest lot, what was approved with Deerfield, what the lots are today, back when this subdivision was created, it would have been the 2 and 3 acre minimum that we're talking about. But I think under 2023 rules, the minimum lot size is whatever the lot sizes are today. So if they want to subdivide any of these lots, they have to take it out of the agricultural district into a residential district. And then that residential district establishes what the minimum lot size are. The board often sees our district, and that's why we often see that 5 acres, and one of the reasons we have 5 acres in a presentation. In this case, it's not an RR, it's an R1. The minimum lot size could be less than that.
Well, if you go strictly by the zoning, forget the subdivision, A2 is minimum 2 acres.
Correct.
And R1 is a minimum 1.5.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So, but that's overridden by the subdivision?
Because this is a major subdivision, when, kind of step back, when the county created the subdivision ordinance, all the parcels were considered parent tracts, and all the parcels were given certain subdivision rights. And a lot of those that are done, these one lot here and one lot there, we approve those administratively. those don't come to the board, they don't come to the planning commission. When they come to the board is when when those by right splits are used up, and that's when they have to come to the board for rezoning. And so the board sees probably three or four of these a year where they're seeing a zoning district create one new lot. And that's what we're seeing right here is a rezoning because they don't have any by right splits in. They can't come into the current agricultural district and create an additional split that was used up in 1979. So they have to come back for that residential zoning district, the R1 district.
Right. So had they not combined these two lots to begin with, they would be two separate lots.
Correct.
And they would have been under the
rules
subdivision.
at that time.
Right. Okay, thank you very much.
Don't go anywhere. If I may. So, that, you keep saying they, when they used up the splits, they being, is that the subdivision, the Deerfield
The
subdivision?
Deerfield subdivision, correct.
And how many lots are in the Deerfield subdivision approximately?
I don't recall.
Okay, so let me take what Ms. Lasklet was asking and just phrase it another way. What can they get by right? Is there anything they can do with this current lot by right?
I mean, by right, they have the rights that the A1 district allows. They could request a CUP, whatever CUP uses. But as far as residential goes, based on a 10-acre lot in a residential district, they're allowed to have the one dwelling unit.
So they couldn't do 5 and 5. We're not doing the 6 and 4 because of difficulty configuring a drain field.
In this situation, what the applicant has presented is that to keep the driveway, the garage, the house, the drain field, everything on one lot, they would need that 6 acres. They couldn't fit all that on the 5 acres.
But they would still be before us if they could fit all those things and do 5 and 5.
It would still require rezoning to residential district to split the lot, yes, sir.
So the Deerfield subdivision is, you say they, being the Deerfield subdivision, have used, so any other lot in the Deerfield subdivision, nope, there are no other lots in the Deerfield subdivision that could subdivide absent rezoning.
They would have to follow this process. If they
So
wanted
there's-
to subdivide.
There's nothing unique about this lot vis-à-vis the other lots in Deerfield
Correct.
in terms of what they can do?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is the applicant here with to address the board?
Yes, sir. The applicant is here this evening.
Would you like to say anything, Ms. Vedder?
My name is Ingrid Vetter,
Thank you.
and
Speak into the
when it became apparent that I was going to have to move or sell, my husband and I had always thought of maybe our granddaughter getting the back portion. And so I never dreamed that it was going to be this big process and that I'd make so many people unhappy. But I'm still going to ask that I get this 4 acres that I can retain for my granddaughter, who's sitting here with her fiance.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Any questions for Ms.
That would
Vedder?
like to build a house there.
Okay, all right. Thanks, we'll get back to you after we have the public hearing. All right, so I'm gonna open up the public hearing.
My name is Jennifer Farkas. I live at 1551 Lou Lane, which is an adjacent property on that Blakely Road in the Hillcrest subdivision. And so I thank you so much for your time, and it's been a long day, I'm sure, for you. But I would just like you to consider not approving this rezoning. We are concerned that approving this one will open the doors to others dividing their property and creating just kind of a domino effect of people splitting up their land for money or personal use. We don't know of a hardship that is in this circumstance. And then a major concern I have is that their area cannot stand up to more development. The Beaver Dam Creek Road is a single lane road with no center line, with multiple blind curves. Like it was said, it goes through the State Farm land, and we have lots of walking traffic, and I just don't think that, not that one house is going to break the road or cause trouble, but again, if we open this up to multiple people rezoning and dividing their property and adding houses, then I don't think that our area can withstand that, especially the Beaver Dam Creek Road. And then one last little thing is just that we do maintain that private Blakely Road out of our own pockets, and the land does slope down towards Blakely Road, so we are concerned about development or clearing of that land and how that would affect our private road and leave us washed out. So thank you for considering our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Farkas.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Dean. I live at 1563 Beaver Dam Creek Road in the Deerfield subdivision. I am here to share my opposition to the rezoning proposal of 1600 Beaver Dam Creek Road in the Deerfield subdivision. I moved to my current address about 25 years ago from a clustered neighborhood on a busy road with no privacy and lots of noise to this one to have space, peace, lots of trees, and little to no view of the houses next door or across the street. I recently found out about this rezoning proposal and was made aware that if approved, this would change from an A2 zoning to an R1 zone, establishing a precedent for future landowners in Deerfield and other subdivisions nearby to have consent to divide their lot or lots and fundamentally change the landscape of our neighborhood. I bought my home in this rural neighborhood because of the spaciousness of the lots, the beautiful greenery, and the peacefulness of not worrying that someone would build a home in my front, side, or backyard. I moved here with the trust of this safety net. Ingrid Vetter, the person who brought forth this proposal, has moved out of state and will not suffer any consequences this R1 zoning precedent could bring. She did not subdivide her property while she lived here because most likely the same peace of mind and understanding that when she and her husband bought the property, they wanted the peace and the space just as we all do who have purchased homes in Deerfield. As we've talked about tonight, Goochland is very beautiful, and we thank you for nurturing the county while keeping us safe and enriching our lives with planned and purposeful decisions. Please do not allow the essence of what the original developers had in mind and what the buyers of the properties were buying: space, privacy, peace of mind, and security. Please vote against the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Folks, if you guys can come down front if you're going to speak to save time from walking back and forth.
Hello, my name is Dan Duty. I live in Strawberry Run, which is less than a mile from this property. I did buy 11 acres right across from this property, and I just took out a building permit last week. I bought the property thinking that I knew what I was getting into because most of these lots have been built, and I didn't realize that we had an option to split them. There's areas in the county that have been designated for higher densities. This is not one of those areas, and I'd like it to remain that way.
Thank you, Mr. Duty.
Good evening. My name is Farley Fitzgerald. I live at 1610 Beaver Dam Creek Road, and we are in opposition to this rezoning. My husband and I and our now 2-year-old son have lived next door to Miss Vetter since 2016, and she's been a wonderful neighbor and friend. Our opposition is not personal. It is because we are looking out for the best interest of our neighborhood and our community. In addition to the breathtaking scenery, one of the factors that appealed to us when we bought our home was that it was zoned A2. As I'm sure you're well aware, the 2035 comprehensive plan calls for limiting development to major villages and designated growth areas and has a strong focus on keeping the county's rural character by keeping it 85% rural. This goal corresponds to the current zoning of properties in the county, with almost 90% of them being currently zoned A1 and A2. Our neighborhood and all the neighborhoods between Mannequin and Courthouse Villages are in a rural enhancement area. One of the primary characteristics of this area is low-density residential. These areas of the county play a significant role in the rural character of the community and should be protected from urban sprawl. Due to our proximity to Richmond and growth in surrounding counties, requests for new development are only expected to increase, especially in the eastern part of the county where we are located. If this zoning is approved, it would be the first R1 within miles of our neighborhood. While many would think that this is just one house, the major issue that needs to be considered is precedent. If one lot owner is allowed to rezone their lot to R1, allowing for smaller parcels, other homeowners will see this as an opportunity, whether for financial gain or other reasons, and want to do the same. Should our neighborhood and surrounding areas start to transition from low-density to high-density housing, it would fundamentally change the look and feel of our neighborhood and would contradict the goals outlined in the comprehensive plan. I should note that we are not against development. We understand that for Goochland to continue to be a thriving community and meet the demands of its growing population, development is necessary, but it needs to be thoughtful and intentional and stay within those designated areas, not established residential areas like our neighborhood. As mentioned in the plan, the conversion of land in the rural enhancement areas for residential development should be monitored by the county, and we ask that you please take this into consideration when making your decision this evening. We ask that you vote against this rezoning and support the goals of the plan. Thank you for your attention, and we thank you for your commitment to making Goochland a community that we're proud to live in.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald.
I'm Jeff Craig, 1552 Beaver Dam Creek Road, one of the adjoining property owners. Recently retired from Markel Corporation and enjoying my retirement now for a year. My wife and I own 1552 Beaver Dam, the adjoining property to 1600. It's 10-plus acre property. We bought it in 2015, and after significant repairs and improvements to an abandoned house, we have created an exceptional home, including beautiful gardens and orchard, numerous outbuildings servicing the residents and the grounds. We've encountered extensive and costly problems along the way, including a replacement drain field, including giant tree removals, and clearing the overgrown acreage, which has now been beautified on the Beaver Dam Creek Road corridor. Now that we've made it just right, Ms. Vetter has chosen to split up her adjoining 10-plus acre lot to preserve for her granddaughter. We oppose the rezoning request in spite of 3 opposing neighbors, including the 2 adjoining property owners most affected by the creation of another lot in Deerfield. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 in favor of the rezoning request. We feel this was an unreasonable result, considering that both adjoining property owners were present and voiced their opposition at the meeting. We were told the application from the Planning Commission was not a done deal, yet the vote was taken, approved 4-0 by the Planning Commission, and land surveys have already taken place. In fact, the house is now listed with the rezoned acreage on it. It seems more like a done deal to us than what could be thought. This rezoning doesn't fit the character of Deerfield, an older major subdivision here in Crozier that contains 16 lots per Goochland's GIS with only 12 lot owners. The average lot size in Deerfield is 8.97 acres based upon ownership, with larger size homes and expansive grounds setting it apart from other nearby subdivisions. We feel the Planning Commission's reference to any comparables in Hillcrest is disingenuous and not relevant to the situation when it comes to lot sizes in Deerfield. Hillcrest is not comparable to Deerfield. It's a smaller lot, it's got smaller homes, a gravel road serviced by the HOA. Hillcrest should not have been referenced by the Planning Commission as it influenced the votes of the commission, I believe. Interestingly, the supporters of the zoning request at the Planning Commission meeting were the two largest lot holders in Deerfield, one of which is a Vetter family member. Neither supporter is going to have to deal with noise, lights, construction, and vehicle traffic in their front yard like we will have to confront, as the proposed driveway accessing the new lot will parallel our northern property line facing our front door. Our right to quiet enjoyment of our home is at stake. I'm not sure there'll ever be a family member on the new lot. If that was the actual reason for rezoning, I'm not sure why they didn't request a family division per stated county procedure. That's what we were told we could do, the only way we could split our lot up. It has happened before and resulted in one 14-acre Beaver Dam Creek Road lot being split into 6 and 8 acre lots with two new homes, one of which is a Beaver Dam Creek address and the other on Blakely. And for some reason, the Vetter Planning Commission hearing, the proffers were changed to alter the response dates and to eliminate any driveway onto the new lot to exit onto Blakely, in spite of the fact
Mr. Craig, I need you to wrap it up, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
In spite of the fact there was a community ATV trail that she allowed carved on her property. Finally, we feel this is just another dilution of Goochland County's character. I've lived here for the 95 when lots were large and spacious. I've lived in Sandy Hook and now Crozier. It seems to me that lot sizes are shrinking in a way to create more Henrico, or worse, turning Goochland into an extension of Short Pump. It's happening already on Route 6 and Route 250 corridors. To allow a 10-acre lot in the heart of Deerfield to be chopped into a small 4-acre lot is against the character of this subdivision, as well as that of the county. I encourage you to all vote no.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Craig.
Good evening. Tom Zeta. I live at 1575 Beaver Dam Creek Road. I've been there now for 32 years. I initially bought that property. It was 15 acres. When I bought it, my next-door neighbor, Mr. Ham, took 3 of those acres on the other side of the pond. So already the precedent, at least in my mind, has been set that subdivision has happened on that road. To answer your question, sir, there are 11 lots on Beaver Dam Creek Road right now. There's 1 lot left, 10 acres at the end of the cul-de-sac that can still be developed for a home. If my sister-in-law divides her property, it's going to be 12 pieces of property. At worst, there's going to be 2 more houses on that road. So I don't see that as a major impact either on Beaver Dam Creek Road in this Deerfield subdivision or after that as we exit onto Route 6. And I'm for this division. Any questions?
No.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Street. I live at 1610 Beaver Dam Creek. We're also directly adjacent to the proposed rezoning. I've lived in the city of Richmond and the county of Henrico for many years, and we moved to Goochland to escape the urban development that seems to be creeping in every single direction from those cities and counties. If this lot is allowed to become R1, many may follow and change the entire community and purpose of original A2 planning. As you know, I think the minimum lot for an R1 is 1.5 acres. So you will definitely see other applicants following suit. Please leave the growth in the designated areas and keep the intentions of the original A2 zoning intact. Obviously, I'm in opposition of this rezoning. I would just like to mention the zoning approval process. I would like to make one little comment. I don't think one community meeting and notifications only for bordering neighbors is sufficient when considering such an impactful zoning. This zoning could change and affect many neighbors in our area, and hopefully the board consider ways to improve the engagement notifications, especially when change like this can impact the entire area. And I also would like to mention, I know there were many more letters that may have been sent to even through today. More opposition letters, up to 11 that we know of. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Street. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Ms. Feder, was there anything that you heard that you'd like to comment on from the public comments? Or I would need you to come up to the microphone if you do.
I'm having a hard time understanding why my husband and I, well, my husband bought three.
Could you please speak to the microphone?
He bought initially 40 years ago, 3 5-acre lots. He sold 1 5 acres to his parents next door. And that's where the Fitzgerald Streets live now that I sold. We had to sell when my mother-in-law died. And I'm having a hard time understanding why I can't get 2 lots out of something that was 2 lots. And I'm not changing the amount of building space on Beaver Dam Creek Road.
Okay.
I just, and I never, ever expected this response from my neighbors. Not taking it personal. I understand their argument, but it was originally meant for 3 houses. Now there's only 2, but I'm asking for 4 acres on the top of the hill where they will hardly see that house. It's in the woods, and it would have, the drain field would be put on the, going down to the field, which faces my brother-in-law's house, who spoke a minute ago, who's Tom Zeter. It wouldn't impact anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, board. Thoughts? Ms. Lasclette?
So this probably is a question for Ms. McGee. So this has come up repeatedly in discussion, public comment tonight, and also have seen it in emails and other correspondence. It's this notion of setting precedent. So could you talk to us a little bit about how that works?
Yes, ma'am. Land use is considered to be individual, like real estate. People who've entered into real estate contracts understand that you're buying that property and that house, not just any property and any house. And so the law at times will enforce a real estate sale contract because just giving some other piece of land isn't the same thing. And rezoning and land use is the same concept, and that is the decision you make about each parcel, each case before you is individual to the circumstances of that parcel in front of you. And so it does not set a precedent for future decisions. It is to be decided based on this case, this land in front of you, and is not applicable to other parcels.
So as usual, every zoning case is unique to that particular property and does not set precedent.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Lumpkins?
And we've had this discussion up here before about that. And of course, and being a lawyer, I think we all understand it, but being a lawyer, I even maybe grasp what Ms. McGee is telling us. In my daily world, I deal with this. But then we also have lawyers come up here before us in cases and say, it's M1 over there, so that supports my M1 application. Or it's B1 over there, it supports. Now, I'm not saying what Ms. McGee is telling us is, we need to look at it and look at it as standalone. When you zoom out and you look at this GIS map and I zoomed out further than what we saw in the slide, it is A2 all around there. While this will be an individual case, and every case comes before us individually, we talk about hardships, we talk about needs, we talk about all these things, but that gets lost in the record, and it's inevitable, in my view, that you start seeing darker green pop out all around here. As sure as I'm sitting here, some lawyer, some applicant's gonna come forward and say, you granted it for them, I'm just down the street. So we just need to be cognizant that I think the argument that this is a domino effect, I think it's real. Maybe it shouldn't be that way, but that is the way it is because we have people coming up here telling us. So I look over at Lou Road to the right, you can see some smaller lots, and I believe that must be where Hillcrest is, where Lou Road, I'm assuming. I don't know all the subdivisions, and we don't have ready access to that. But other than that, this general area, when I first moved into this county in 2007 and met people there, you know, this was larger lots, and we heard from Mr. Duty talking about just across the street, he bought his 11 acres. These are larger lots. It's an interesting history, what happened in 79 and how they combined. And I agree, Ms. Vedder, you don't understand. I mean, you're like looking the way things were, you're not changing that drastically. But we have spent the last year and a half on the village plan, Centerville Village Plan, courthouse plan, and we keep, and I've asked questions, pointed questions. If we put growth in the designated growth areas, will that take growth pressure, or how can this board make sure it takes growth pressure off of the rural areas? This is more rural living than some of the things we're seeing. But if we approve this, it's going to chip away at the rural living that's in that area. There's no doubt about it. And others are going to follow as sure as I'm sitting here, in my view. So I think this is an opportunity for this board to hold up the commitment that we've been saying, that we want to do the growth in the designated growth areas, and we're also, on the flip side, going to do our part to try to keep the rural areas rural. I don't think we're honoring that by starting to let the dominoes fall within our zoning in this case. Thank you.
Mr. Butters?
I'll let Ms. McGee correct me if I'm wrong, but, you know, I do think there is a letter of the law versus spirit of the law type concept at play here. And sometimes you you make a decision based on your conscience. And this goes there because I don't know, I mean, I'm greatly appreciative of all my colleagues on this board, and I think each one of us could say honestly that it would be our conscience that would be damaged if we approved this and then another applicant came up in, you know, any time when any one of us was on this board and came up with the same request. You can't allow one and then not expect the spirit of the law to continue, even if it's not a letter of the law precedent. So I understand the applicant's concerns, but it is the term domino effect is very much at play here.
And it's true, there is that perception, there are the arguments that you would hear from applicants there are two different things, the clear letter of the law, what is precedent, and what people think, what applicants would tell you. Both are valid perspectives.
Mr. Peterson?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm looking at this case through at least three different dimensions here. One is, what's the zoning? Two is, what's the density? And three is, what are the permitted uses? And when you talk about A2 versus R1, I'm trying to compare those in my mind. On the zoning side, we've heard that if this is approved, it creates a unique zoning for that land only. We've also heard that some lawyers will try and challenge that. I don't doubt that. But what we've heard is that the zoning is unique and is not precedent setting, is what I've heard so far on the zoning side of it. On the density side, and our planning folks may weigh in here, some folks have said they bought the land there with the expectation that the neighboring land would be A2 because it was zoned A2 when they purchased. The minimum lot size in A2 planning is 2 acres. So the expectation is that their neighbors would have at least 2 acres. if it stays zoned A2. Okay?
Yeah, the minimum lot size is generally 2 acres, except for any road, lot that fronts on a public road, it's 3 acres.
Okay,
So
so
it's
2 to 3.
2 or 3.
Would be the expectation that if it's A2 next to me, it's gonna be at least that.
Correct.
In this one, they're asking for 4 acres, roughly almost twice that. If this is approved, can that 4 acres shrink down to the A2 minimum, or does it required to stay at the 4 acres?
Well, they did commit to that conceptual plan, so the subdivision plat needs to generally reflect that conceptual plan, which would be about 6 acres, about 4 acres, is what they showed.
So A2 minimum is 2 acres. This R1 minimum would be 4 acres, because they can't change that 4.
Correct, based on the conceptual plan, correct.
Okay, so different zoning, but different minimum size. A2 minimum size is 2 to 3. This R1 is minimum size of 4.
Step back, the minimum lot size for the R1 would actually be 1.5 acres.
Not
The reason it's 6 and 4 is because that's what they're showing. They've committed to a conceptual plan that shows the 2 lots that are going to look like the lots they showed.
Okay, now you've shifted to a third category. There's the A2 unrestricted general. There's the R1 we're being asked to consider here, and then there's the R1 unconstrained, unrestricted.
If they wanted to do something differently than what they've represented, they would have to come back before the planning commission.
That's the
back
R1
before the
restricted I'm
board
talking about.
To ask for permission
So
to
the
do something.
A2 unrestricted would be 2 to 3. This particular case, R1 is restricted to 4. R1 unrestricted would be 1.8.
Correct.
So the rezoning is not from the 2 acre minimum to the 1.8 minimum. They're asking to rezone from A2, which carries a 2 acre minimum, to an R1 that has a 4 acre minimum, because that needs to be consistent with the conceptual plan.
Correct.
So the R1 where you can do 1.8, that has no relevance here. Is that to this case?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, so that's the piece that's been confusing me. Why are they asking to change it from A2 to R1?
It's a procedural.
Because Deerfield subdivision was created, they used up all their by right splits. They used up all their agricultural district splits when they created the subdivision. So whenever the by right splits are used up, the only way to create another split is to rezone from an agricultural district to a residential district.
Okay, thank you.
And
It's
this
a
is one of those
technical
examples.
procedural thing that requires you to go this direction. This is helpful for me to understand the impact of the rezoning. It has a different initial, R instead of A, but the practicality is the density is much higher
It's
than it
also,
could be in an A2.
the proffers add that extra layer of regulation to this zoning district in this application.
Okay, good. So that explores the zoning, which was the first dimension, the density, which is the second dimension of what could they do in A2 unrestricted, what could they do in R1 unrestricted, and what are we actually being asked to consider here, which is different than those. The third one is uses, and there's a list of permitted uses in A1 and A2 and R1. Going from A2 to R1, could you elaborate a bit on the change in permitted uses? In A2 is a dairy farm, and R1 is, what are the differences in the potential uses? Is that
Very generally, residential is going to be more restricted.
More
They're going to have
restricted.
fewer by right uses,
Fewer uses.
fewer CUP uses. An agriculture district is typically going to have more flexibility in their permitted uses and more flexibility in their conditional use permit potential applications.
So it really restricted to a residential type use as opposed to a broader menu of potential uses? It's a little more restrictive. Okay, those are kind of the 3 dimensions I'm looking at this. The rezoning, what does that mean? The density, how does that compare with the different zonings and the uses? How would that compare between the A2 and the R1? So you've been very helpful with that, so thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Lascolette?
I think you've already answered this, but I'm going to ask it again. I think I asked Ms. Sonitis to see if you give me a I'll keep trying phone a friend until I get the answer I want. So the reason why this property cannot be split into A2 and A2 is because of the subdivision
Correct. Subdivision ordinance.
ordinance. Okay. And it can't be like an accessory dwelling because they want to, I guess, sell
Correct. The option for a CUP for a second dwelling unit would be available to them, but that's not the application before the board.
I understand, but I'm just asking, in an A2 classification, without splitting the property, still 10 acres, they could apply, well, wait a minute, accessory dwelling, is that permitted in A2? It might be.
Not based on if they had more acreage, they could have a second dwelling unit by right. They don't have enough acreage to have a second dwelling unit by right.
What would be
Right,
the requirement?
but
With CUP, absolutely, they could apply for a CUP for a second dwelling
a
unit.
detached
dwelling.
accessory as opposed to a second home. I mean, a
Right.
detached accessory. So there could be two buildings on-
Dwelling
dwelling
units,
units on the
but it would
property.
still be one lot.
I understand. Thank you.
Right, and so, so you're telling me in an A2 zoning district, 10 acres is not enough land? We just approved one on 3 acres, or 3.8 acres. So 10 acres is not, I know that's not what they asked for, I'm just trying to think through this. So on 10 acres, they cannot have an accessory detached
Correct.
By
They-
right, by right.
by right.
Right.
And the one we did earlier was not by right. It was a CUP. These folks could do the same thing, CUP.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lumpkins.
And Mr. Peterson, thank you. I appreciate you always break it down in helpful ways. But your comment that the expectation, when people moved in A2, the expectation was 2 to 3 acre lots. That went away. That went away when they subdivided. That expectation may be created when, when they did the subdivision. But once they did the splits, I know that's under the subdivision ordinance, but we're here for a rezoning case because they cannot do 2 and 3 acres here. And that went away back in 79 or whenever this subdivision was created. So that's all, you can't ignore that fact, I think, because people moving in since then, the expectation is based on what you see around you. And the fact is, they did a subdivision, and Mr. Coleman kept saying they, but I think he's talking about the original owner of the whole lot, did their by right splits, and boom, that ended it. So any expectation in our ordinances that A2 should allow 2 to 3 acres, that vanished once they went through that subdivision process. So I understand the logic, but it breaks down for me at that point. That they can't do this without rezoning, and that's been that way. And all the other neighborhoods, all the other lots in there can't do any more subdivision without rezoning. Thank you.
Yep. So this one was interesting for me, because you do think, well, it's, 4 acre lot, that's bigger than the lot I live on, and I feel pretty good about my subdivision. However, to me, the big distinction is that this isn't, because I think about the cases we've done, right? We've subdivided lots out in District 1 and District 2, much to the chagrin of some folks out there. But to me, the difference in this is that, and I like that Mr. Coleman used the word master plan. There was an expectation when people moved in that this was a neighborhood. This wasn't just a 10-acre parcel off Haydensville 5. This was a neighborhood, and it was set up a certain way. So for me, that is a very big distinction. And I won't parrot what Mr. Lumpkins said about, and I think Mr. Waters as well, that we can't have it both ways in this board. And I've said this before. We can't say that we're going to put all the growth in one area and then approve everything that comes down the pike that's not in the designated growth areas. We shouldn't be doing that personally. So I think for me, the difference in this is the master plan. If I was in those folks' shoes, I was moving into a neighborhood, I live in a subdivision. I don't expect to be able to take my 3 acre lots and make it, 2 1.5 acre lots. It's just not, to me, it's very different. Does anybody have a motion or comments?
Mr. Chairman, and members of the board, based on the information in the staff report and the public hearing, I move that the board deny rezoning case 23-7 for the 10 acres at 1600 Beaver Dam Creek Road from agricultural A2 to residential limited R1 on the grounds that it is not keeping with public necessity, convenience, general welfare, good zoning practices, and with our current comprehensive plans and plans for growth in the growth areas.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins, Mr. Waters. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Laskowlet?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Yeah, I know. So we're going to take 10 minutes. Big hand on the 8, please. Yep, still? Yep, there we go. All right. All right, we got number 6 and 7. Ms. Onitis.
Good evening. Back again because I drew the short straw. I was going to say popular demand, but I don't know that that's really a thing. These are the last two cases you have this evening, and they are companion cases. They are related to a rezoning request as well as a conditional use permit request for Hermitage Country Club, which, as I'm sure you all are familiar with, is an established entity here in Goochland County. The request that we will go through first, and I have a few notes, let me not forget that. There are two requests before the board. Again, as I mentioned, the first is a rezoning of a portion of a lot within the Broad Run subdivision from R3 to A2 with the intent to add that property to the Hermitage Golf Course for golf course use. The second request is for an amendment to an existing CUP that dates back to 1971 to use the included property that will be rezoned, if rezoned, as part of the golf course. So if the rezoning is approved, they're also trying to run their CUP concurrent with tonight's action so that then they can just in one fell swoop have it come under the golf course conditions. The board may hold one public hearing on the request, but it would need to have a separate motion and vote on each request. So just a little bit about the actual acreage that the golf course is looking to have rezoned for inclusion into their facility. It's 3.8 acres, which would then become part of their larger facility. Now, the existing zoning for the area that they are looking at is agricultural limited A2, and the comp plan designates it as a rural enhancement area, deep run hunt country community. And so just a little orientation map again. It is Hermitage Country Club off of Hermitage Road. It's easily accessible through Route 250 or Route 6. And just orienting you to nearby other properties. There's the Broad Run subdivision is immediately adjacent to the Hermitage Country Club. Again, there's Hermitage Road. That's the nearest major thoroughfare road. Down here in the blue dashed lines, that is the 3 acres that we are here to discuss. And they are hoping to add the rezoning of those 3 acres into their larger golf course parcel of the existing 9 acres that they have. So again, just going over the comprehensive plan vicinity map, this area is being added to the country club grounds. It calls for recreation and open space in this vicinity. And again, they're trying to acquire some A2 space, get it rezoned so that then it becomes part of recreation open space. So it's still preserving that rural character feel of open spaces. There was a community meeting held on the rezoning and conditional use cases on June 29th, 2023. Mr. Patuk from the Planning Commission was there, as well as 6 citizens were in attendance. There was discussion that was had on the proposed use, if there would be any structures on those 3 acres to be located into the larger golf course property, any lighting, buffers, any subdivision of the property. Attendees were generally supportive of the application. It's important to note that the proposed rezoning will not contain any structures, any lighting, any large facility, and that it will be used for a driving range if it's approved and move forward. Citizen comments prior to the Planning Commission hearing. Staff received 1 email in support of the application. Following Planning Commission, staff received 1 phone call in opposition to the request from a Broad Run resident opposing the subdivision of the existing lot in the neighborhood. And where that's occurring is you have a private lot owner who's wanting to subdivide their lot to sell a portion of it to the Hermitage Country Club, and hence the effort to get the rezoning so that they may use it for golf course purposes. The Planning Commission recommended approval on a 4-0 vote. Mr. Patuk was absent. No one spoke during the hearing, and this was during the August meeting. And again, just a summary of the rezoning. It's the 3.8 acre portion of a 9.587 acre lot within the Broad Run subdivision. The rezoning intent is to add that rezoned portion to the Hermitage Country Club golf course for their use for golf. There's proffered provisions related to the rezoned property to include parcel and plat and conceptual plan, the limiting use of property to only a driving range, landing area, or champion tee box for the golf course. So nothing that is imposing or overt structure, limiting improvements permitted on the site, and providing a 50-foot buffer along the northeastern property line adjacent to residential properties. So on this conceptual, which they are proffering, there is the 50-foot buffer that would be bordering nearby adjacent properties. And then here, again, it shows that 3 acres that we're discussing, where they are looking to include that into their larger golf course amenities and offerings. There is also the conditional use permit. I will pause if you all would like and go through any questions relating to the rezoning, or just keep going through the conditional use to tie it all together.
Ms. Lasclet?
Okay, so Ms. Onitis, so this subdivision, is it subject to the subdivision rules that we just talked about in a previous case?
I will ask Mr. Cash to come up. This is his case.
So in this situation, the purpose is not to create a residential lot. It's not creating a new lot. This is actually more of a line, a property transfer or a property modification, so no new lots are created. So the property is not being really subdivided. It's being, it'll be modified to another. So the difference and distinction of this one is it's not, in the other situation, you had a previous subdivision that had been created through the parent tracts. In this scenario, the purpose is to rezone the property to be added to an additional existing property. So there's not an increase in density or anything like that.
Okay, so in the previous case, we were taking one lot and dividing it up. In this case, we've got one lot and we're dividing it up. I'm not sure I see the distinction.
So the distinction is that for this, you're not going through the subdivision process where you're trying to create a lot for building purposes, a residential lot. So in this scenario, what the applicants are doing is actually extracting a piece out of the A2 subdivision and adding it to an adjacent property for a new use. So as it was being split there, that proposed the proposed modification, that parcel A area wouldn't meet our requirements for a buildable piece of property. It wouldn't have the road frontage requirement, wouldn't meet the different standards. So the distinction is that the other purpose was to create another residential lot.
So in this case, if this were to be approved, then neither lot would be buildable.
The remaining parcel, I think it's up there, it's labeled as parcel B. That's the original lot. That still would be buildable. It'd actually be over almost 6 acres of property. That would still meet the development requirements. It's still one existing buildable lot as opposed to creating a second buildable lot. So little semantics, I guess, when you think about it, but
So
go ahead.
can I take a crack at this? So are you saying we've got 2 lots, this one's, we're gonna chop it off of this and then tack it onto this one? So we're just shifting the property line, really?
We're just moving property
Well,
lines,
that's how we were
right?
doing before.
Yeah. Whereas the other one,
We have that property line.
we were taking,
This isn't creating another lot.
right. This is not creating another lot for sale or another buildable lot for residential use.
So if the homeowners association, which probably not our problem, I guess, requires 10-acre minimum, then that other lot is not going to be buildable.
But in this case, lots in this development range from like 1.5 acres on this cul-de-sac up to this one was like 9 acres. So it varies, but if there's covenants that are related to buildable acreage or required acreage, staff's not aware of it, and of course we can enforce it. Under the zoning provisions, when this was created years ago, it created a variety of different lot sizes. For this scenario, what the applicants are proposing to take out of that lot, I think it's lot 9 or whatever it is in that subdivision, they're adding it into the Hermitage Country Club under revised zoning. So it doesn't, it's not creating another buildable lot, which was really the concern of, I guess, the adjacent property owners, nor is it creating a lot that remains buildable on that cul-de-sac that's inconsistent with the sizes of surrounding lots.
And if you don't mind, Ms. Onitis, if, a second question, if you would go back to the conditions, it might have been in your presentation, you were talking, there was one bullet point that talked about, nothing buildable.
No vertical improvements, correct.
Limiting
The proffered
improvements.
provisions, yes, ma'am.
Limiting improvements permitted on site. What does that mean?
If we want, we can, I guess, I'm sorry. I provided a list of the full proffers at the end. What the applicant was doing is they wanted to show that the intent of this is to really only be for the landing area and the potentially a championship-style tee box for practice situation. So what they did is they limited what could be done on the property, and it can't have number 6, where it can't have improved buildings, other amenities, or any structure, including light poles, lighting, ball washing stations. And really, they did that because there was a concern from the community that, you know, you're going to take this property and now you're going to put a lot of activity right adjacent to our residential community. Right. So rather than list those, we just stated that previous statement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Please continue.
Okay. Oh, golly, I was going backwards. It's dangerous when I drive at night. All right, so on to the conditional use permit. We've gone through the rezoning request. Their conditional use permit was originally issued in 1971. They are seeking some updates to the conditional use permit as it relates to the golf course, and really looking at how they add that additional property that they intend to use as a driving range, landing area, or champion tee box for the golf course. So that's really what the new proposed amendments would focus on. There's 2 specifically. One that speaks to preservation, maintenance, and any permitted activity within 50 foot of the buffer along the northeastern property line adjacent to the residential property. So it's prohibiting that and preserving that space. The other condition is requirement that the new property be added to the golf course property. So it's physically considered golf course. Any questions on the conditional use? It's a little more straightforward.
Nope. Do we have the applicant?
Yes, sir, a representative for the applicant is here this evening.
Great.
Hi, good evening, members of the board. My name is Ross Allen. I'm here on behalf of Hermitage Country Club, which is the applicant for this. Right now, it is owned by Berkeley Land Company, LLC, and that's the owner of the parent tract, the 9+ acres. When it gets subdivided, they are going to build a residence on the remaining property. It is actually one of the largest lots that's in the subdivision. So subdividing it to be about 5.5+ acres and the 3.8 really would not impact, it would not reduce the lot size, I guess, in the immediate area. I'd like to speak to the HOA. So there are some covenants that do not allow subdivision unless it is approved by the architectural committee. This has been approved by the architectural committee. So they are in support of the subdivision and then the vacation of the boundary lines to add that to the golf course itself. When we had the community meeting, we took the citizens' I guess, comments really seriously. We wanted to make sure that the surrounding property owners were comfortable with the fact that we were going to only ever be using this as a landing area. It was not going to be to create any additional driving range bays, which was one of the concerns. And in fact, we aren't going to put any ball washing stations or anything in it. It is just, for lack of a better term, going to be grass. So, if you have any additional questions, I'm happy to answer those as well.
Okay. Board, any questions before we open the public hearing? Okay, thank you very much. All right, at this time, I'll open the public hearing. Okay, seeing none, close the public hearing. So, board, we will be taking up two separate votes on this. If there's any discussion, or entertain the first motion.
So, Mr. Chair, again, as I understand this, this is not so much a split as is a split and simultaneous lot line vacation. So the net of those two simultaneous actions is really just a reduction in acreage on the one lot and an increase in acreage on the other lot.
Yes. Yes, sir. That is my understanding as well.
Oh, good. They're on the same page then. All right, are you prepared to entertain a motion, Mr. Chair?
I am so prepared.
So prepared, extremely prepared, all right. Well, in that case, Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve rezoning case RZ 2023, number 10, for a 3.8 plus acreage portion of 9 point something acreage at 3 Quail Run Drive for residential general R3 to agricultural limited RA2 with proffered conditions as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Waters, any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Spoonhair?
Yes. Okay. We have a second item
Are
for
you
this evening.
still very prepared to receive?
Even more so.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chair, I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU 2023, number 11, for golf course, driving range, and country club at 3 Quail Run Drive, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Waters, further discussion? Roll call vote.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mrs. Spoonhair?
Yes. All right. Thank you, team. That is all of our public hearings for this evening. We will adjourn till Tuesday, October 3rd, on our regular business meeting at 6 p.m. Thanks.